over and show you that because I think it's really fun. It's Lyra and Tatum from Evolution. Lyra and Tatum. If you watch NXT, you'll know that these two had a bit of a love-hate relationship. Tatum loved Lyra. Lyra kind of tolerated Tatum. And obviously they've not been around each other because Lyra got moved to the main roster. But at Evolution, they managed to meet back up again. And there is a great little clip that's doing the round. So I just want to show you this because, as I said, it did put a little smile on my face. It's going to be an unseen later. But here we've got Tatum and Lyra reunited at Evolution. Let's check this out.
Yes! Just like old times! Yes! Tatum, today is not the day! Give me those back! Come on! Tatum! I'm not gonna do it!
You don't need to worry about Tatum anymore.
Oh.
She's my family now. Oh, and about your wings? I'll make sure you get those back.
Well, okay, I just really need the wings back. She's important to me. The wings are important to me.
Do you know what? I didn't see that bit with Izzy Dame. The clip I saw cut off before it got to that bit. I just saw the bit where Tatum kind of came out with the wings and was like, oh my God, it's like old times. And I was like, oh man, this is so good. I really enjoyed those two together down in NXT. I thought they were a really fun couple. And yeah, but I didn't see that bit with Izzy Dame. Oh my God, I need to put this into unseen because I don't have this version. Guys, there's a deluxe version. There's an unreleased version, a bonus edition version that I was not made aware of. So there we go. Love that. There they are in NXT. Oh my God, so much stuff. Look, we've had the SmackDown ratings come in as well. They've come in at about 1.4, which is up from 1.1. But of course, that was because it was a tape show before July 4th. That is, to my knowledge, the only thing that we've got announced for tonight. And it is the Gauntlet match. So, with that being said, we can, if I just go to WWE, we can have a look and might as well do the breakdown whilst we're here. The preview, if there is a preview. Don't think there is a preview, actually. Just looking at WWE's website, they're still talking about Evolution. So, I don't think there is a preview. Okay, no preview. There's your preview. This is your preview for today. Your preview is that we've got this number one contenders gauntlet match. Penta against Bron Breaker, against LA Knight, against CM Punk, against Jey Uso. And the winner, of course, is going to go and face for the championship Gunther at SummerSlam. Let's just have a look at WWE and see what we've got over here. After his successful title defense against Goldberg, World Heavyweight Champion Gunther will be live tonight. Oh, fresh off her shocking cash-in, we will hear from the new Women's World Champion Naomi tonight. Oh, yes, I did see this. Nikki Bella returns to action. She's taking on Chelsea Green. Now, do you know what? I really would have thought that would have been SummerSlam. I mean, Nikki Bella is a legend. SummerSlam's 2 days. Chelsea is really charismatic. People love Chelsea. And I think, like, Chelsea having a bit of a feud with a legend like Nikki Bella, like, you could do a really good build. And, you know, I can totally see, like, Chelsea dressing up as one of the Bellas, like, to mock them, you know? I could totally see stuff like that. I could see the Hervis dressing up as the Bellas to kind of mock them. Maybe Chelsea could dress up as John Cena and the Hervis could dress up as the Bellas. And they could, like, kind of recreate moments like the proposal and stuff like this. I think Nikki would be okay with it. She's moved on, of course. John definitely has moved on. So I think you could maybe get some mileage out of that. This is the kind of cheeky, fun, creative that, like, WWE just sort of lacks a little of. So, I mean, that as a story, as a build, let's go, honestly. So the fact they're doing the match here just worries me a little bit, that rather than doing a really fun build, lead into a quick little fun little match at SummerSlam, we're just going to do a match here instead. And we're actually not going to do that sort of build. This could obviously, have the Hervis getting involved. Nikki could then demand a match at SummerSlam. It could still lead to something, of course. So we'll have to have a look at that. The Gauntlet match, and I think that's about it. There's Jordan Grace trying to find Blake Monroe, very upset, very angry. Oh yeah, I saw this as well. So this is Chelsea congratulating Chelsea.
What's up, Chelsea? It is your favorite WWE superstar, Chelsea, and with a name like that, how could you not win it all? Congratulations on winning the Club World Cup. You made the first ever longest reigning most dangerous United States Women's Champion so very proud. Don't forget, blue is the color, football is the game, baby. What's up?
There we go. Chelsea congratulating Chelsea on winning the Club World Cup. So that was kind of doing that. There were so many clips and bits. The fallout of Evolution has been really loud and really, really positive. The reviews that I'm seeing are overwhelmingly like, man. There's a couple of places I go to if I just want to know, how a show has been received outside of our community. And one of the places I go to is 411 Mania. And they've been reviewing shows for years and years and years and years and years. So I know what they feel about things. And I know, they're normally a touch higher than me. That's what I tend to find. They're normally a touch more into the show than what I am. But I know that. So I know that if I'm really into a show, they should be really into a show. And so I like to go to them to see, am I out of sync? What are they saying? They rated it a 9.2. They gave Evolution 9.2, and they've been rating WWE shows for 15 years, 20 years. And they were like, yeah, man, this was special. This was special. Really loud. We did quite a big review video actually for Evolution on the second channel. I went through 70 comments from the community, and it was pretty much unanimous. The only thing I'd say, couple of comments where people didn't feel it. You're not going to get 100%, of course. No show's going to get 100%. We all watch the show and think our own things and enjoy what we enjoy. But we're just talking about the majority, and the vast majority were just blown away. So WWE delivering, I would say, with Evolution. Right, let's just get to these super chats and then we'll get to the chat in general. Robbie said, thanks to whoever gifted me this membership on Sunday. Robbie, shout out to you, my friends. Dormouse with a really kind donation. King Yeti with a really kind donation. I know there was others as well that were firing in gifted memberships. And there's obviously that side of things has been really boosted by the community's generosity to the community, really. The community kind of gifting memberships to the rest of the community. That it's put the pressure on me to make sure that we are doing something on that side of the channel. So, which we are. I'm proud to say we are. And there'll be 3 streams this week. If you are a new member, come and join us tomorrow. The streams always start at the same time. It is 10 p.m. UK time, 5 p.m. Eastern. If you do miss them, you can always catch them after. And as we said, on Tuesday or tomorrow, we're doing a normal stream, which is just like this, but obviously a lot quieter. So it means we can get to a few more of the members' thoughts and theories, or talk about whatever they want to talk about. And on Wednesday, we're doing your videos, where people can send in videos and we'll watch them, react to them. Can be about anything. You can introduce yourself to the community. You can show off your figure collection. You can show off your DVD collection. Whatever, right? Whatever. So really looking forward to that. And then on Thursday, we tend to play a bit of a game, a bit of a quiz. And so you can join in with that as well. So lots of things going on that side. And a big thank you to everyone that has kind of gifted in those memberships, because it's always great to kind of welcome new people to that side of the channel. Matthew said, what if Brie came back and makes it a tag match? Yeah, I hear you. I would not be down on that at all, actually, because I think for me it's the builds that it's not that I don't really care about the match. I don't really care about if it's a tag match or you could even make it a 6-woman tag match, right? So that you can get all the Hervis and Chelsea involved. You could absolutely do that, right? And that'd be a great way of bringing in Brie and maybe bringing in Paige. Perhaps this is how we bring Paige back. And so, and Paige would be protected because she would be in the team with the Bellas, right? And they're all from the same time period and they're all part of that women's revolution and, kind of makes sense. So you could kind of go along those lines and definitely build it that way. I hear you. I think it's a brilliant shout. But the match itself is not really what I'm too worried about. It's the build, man. I really want these shows, these Raws, these SmackDowns for the next few weeks as we head towards SummerSlam. I really want these shows to feel like a bit of a WrestleMania season. That's what I think we need at this time of year. I think at this time of year, we really do need for there to be another type of WrestleMania season. I actually wish that SummerSlam was just pushed back a week or so, because I think we've got about 3 weeks, and that last week is going to be go-home shows, right? So that means we've really only got 2 weeks. We've only really got 2 weeks to kind of really get stuck into the builds, to really do some fun stuff. And obviously today we need to deal with the fallout of Evolution. I know we're going to be looking forward and moving forward. We've got to, because we haven't got loads of time. But yeah, I sort of look at this and I'm like, man, I wish we had about 4 weeks, 5 weeks, where we could really tell some stories and really do some stuff. And, really do some fun builds and get some fun segments and building up to a Nikki Bella, Chelsea Green type story. It'd be brilliant. So much fun. So I hope you're right, Matthew. You might have called it. Perhaps they will bring in extra people. Perhaps we can still get that built and a match at the end. Wayne said, Daze, do we think Seth will give up Money in the Bank? I don't think so. And I don't think he should either, to be honest, because Money in the Bank is fine until I think it's like June, is it next year? May, June, something like that. So I think the streets are saying that he looks like he might be out 4 to 5 months now. People have gone, what's the source? And the source is some account on Discord that apparently comes out with the occasional bit of news. I have absolutely zero idea how reliable that is, right? Zero. So I am not standing by that whatsoever. But actually, that's a time frame that I could believe. Him missing the rest of this year, I could believe. I could believe if news comes out and he's done for 2025, and so we'll be back in early 2026. And if that's true, that means he's back in early 2026. He's still got 5-6 months of having the Money in the Bank briefcase active, I tell you what as well, though, I mean, it really could be an amazing return, because your brain kind of thinks, well, if he's going to be back January time, you put him in the Rumble. But actually, you don't, do you? You don't put him in the Rumble. What you do is you have him cash in. So, you're going to go into a load of matches, hopefully not thinking about Seth. If I'm WWE, I am probably going to want to try and get the story out there that he is out until April, right? And WrestleMania is looking like a doubt. If I'm WWE and I'm Triple H, I am going to want to try and get that story out there, right? Why do I want to do that? Well, I want to do that because he might actually only be out till December. And that means I've got January, I've got February, I've got March, maybe even I've got WrestleMania to have a surprise shock cash-in from Seth Rollins completely out of nowhere. I've got that, and hopefully people won't see it coming. Because imagine that moment. Imagine we get to such and such versus such and such in February, and it's who's going to win? And then during the match, Seth's music hits, and we haven't seen him in 6 months. and he comes running down with the briefcase, cashes it in, and becomes the new champion. It would remind me a little bit of WrestleMania 9. I've told that story loads of times, where when I was young, I knew about that show, but I couldn't watch it live. We didn't have Sky, but my uncle did, and so he recorded it. But I had to wait a week before I could get the tape. So it meant that I went a week not knowing who the champion was. Was it Brett? Or was it Yokozuna? Who's the champion? I mean, I'm going to school, counting the days down, waiting to get to my nan and granddad so that I can pick up the tape that my uncle has dropped off. And it's like, who's the champion? Who's the champion? Who is it that's is that? And then you finally get the tape and find out that it's Hulk Hogan. And I've said before, a lot of people are down on that because they look at Hogan, it's like, oh, it's always Hogan, all of that. But if you're a kid, you don't think that way, right? You don't think that way. If you're a kid, it's like, I've waited all week to find out, is it that person and that person? And it's turned out to be this person over here that I hadn't even considered, didn't even think had a chance of fight. I mean, I love that finish. I do, because of like watching it at the time as a kid. So, but I get why people are down on it. But it would be a bit like that, wouldn't it? You go into a show in January, February going, is it going to be that person? Is it going to be that person? But Seth comes back with the briefcase completely out of nowhere, because we were all under the impression he was out till April. But actually it was a bit of a swerve, and he was actually medically cleared in December or whatever, you know. Keeping all that quiet will be a flipping nightmare. Might not even be possible, you know. They might not be able to do it. It might all leak out and whatever, but I don't know. Let's see. I don't think him giving up the briefcase is the right move unless he is out for 12 months. If they say to him, you're out for 12 months, you ain't making it back before June next year, well, that means the briefcase is done. And if that's the case, then yeah, you know, we do need a money in the bank holder. We do need someone. I don't know what we do in that situation, so it'll be very, very interesting. But I got a sneaky suspicion that it's going to be a case that he'll be out for 6 months or something along those lines. I don't know that he's out for like a year and all that. I certainly hope not. No word on that today, apart from rumour, you know. We'll have to see what word emerges in the next 24 hours. Matthew said, what do we think is next for Ronda and Iyo, ideally? What is next for Rhea, and Iyo? What is next for Rhea and Iyo? Well, there is a thought that Naomi might have to go to Raw now that she is the World Heavyweight Champion, because the World Heavyweight Championship sort of lives on Raw. You are free to kind of move it if you want, but I think they like having the belt designs the same. I think they like having the WWE Champion on the same brand as the Women's WWE Champion. And they like having the Men's World Heavyweight Champion on the same brand as the Women's World Heavyweight Champion. It doesn't matter. It doesn't make a massive difference. But someone's got to move from SmackDown. You've got to move someone. You can't have Naomi and Tiffany both on SmackDown. So you've got to move one of them. And it probably makes the most sense to move the one that just won the Raw-based title, you know? I mean, I know it's not the Raw Women's Championship, but it is the belt that has, you know, lived and represented Raw on Raw. So I think it would make sense to move Naomi to Monday. The other thing as well is it actually gets her away from Jade, because we've done a few matches with Jade's, and we just did a pretty big match at Evolution. And to be honest with you, that might be it. It might be done. You know, it might be that Naomi can move on from Jade because it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Who cares? She's a women's world champion now. She's got another world championship to defend. She's got other things to look at now. Who cares about Jade? She can move on. So I wonder if she moves over to Raw, and I wonder if she will defend the title and be a Raw superstar. If she does that, there may need to be a trades. And actually, do you trade Rhea or do you trade Iyo, and do one of them end up going to SmackDown? There was a thought, actually, that I got sent, which I retweeted because I was like, oh, I like this. Yes, please. And it was from John Decoy. He tagged me and says, what if Iyo takes Naomi's place on SmackDown? We could do Iyo versus Julia for the United States title at SummerSlam. And I was like, Jesus, imagine that match. Iyo Sky versus, I mean, you just saw what Iyo just managed to do with Rhea. And Rhea's an amazing talent, of course she is. But they just put on a banger. Could you imagine how great of a match Iyo versus Julia would be? I mean, Julia, Japanese trained as well. I mean, their styles are going to mesh. Very similar styles, actually. Both very quick, very agile, very aerial as well. Julia's, not shy going up top and doing some aerial attacks. And Iyo against Julia would be absolutely banging. Imagine that for the women's United States title. That'd be crazy. So I'm totally down for that. So, yeah, honestly, I would look at that. I think in regards to Rhea, I don't know if I feel like we reached the conclusion of the Raquel Rodriguez feud, to be honest. I would have no problem kind of revisiting a Raquel Rodriguez feud. If Raquel manages to lose the tag titles, maybe at SummerSlam, maybe then she would be free to do something with Rhea kind of after that. But yeah, lots of opportunity for Rhea, of course. She's one of the top women, so we can easily find a feud or something for her to do, no problems. But I really like that Iyo suggestion from John earlier. So, Matthew, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate it. I need Gunther versus Ilya, said Jaden. I hear you. He's still out injured, though, isn't he? He's not back yet. AKF said, Daze, imagine WWE holds Money in the Bank on the same day as the men's Money in the Bank main event, but the match before the men's title, and Seth returns and cashes in. Oh, right. So Seth cashes in on the Money in the Bank event itself and cashes in during the... Yeah, that would be fun. The only thing is, I think you might have people that will be sort of predicting Seth, because if you've not taken the briefcase off Seth, and that is the last point that he can cash in, I think you might have a few people kind of clued into, I think they're going to have Seth come back here. Because if they don't, he's just wasted the briefcase. And surely if he was going to not cash in for a full year, they would have done something with it. So the only downside with that is I think some people would see it coming. I think some people would put 2 and 2 together and kind of work it out. So, but it's a fun idea, though, to try and go the full year and actually do it on the show just before the next Money in the Bank briefcase is kind of handed out. We've not done that, so... there'd be an opportunity to do it. At Crown Jewel, will they do champ versus champ, says Dan? Yes, I believe they've already announced they are doing champ versus champ. Netforce said, what do we think if Seth's group's going to do if he's out for a while? Yeah, we kind of got into a conversation about that, Netforce. We got into a conversation around like, who would you drop in? And yesterday we kind of, with the chat, like chipping in their thoughts, we kind of floated the idea of Becky kind of stepping in and being the leader. And the concern with that was, well, Becky can help the guys. She can distract, she can trip people over and whatever. She can, and it's a good spotlight for Becky. It's interesting as well because it does feel sometimes like we've got the women's division over here and we've got the men's division over here. And actually, there's only a few times where we can do a bit of crossover. So, for example, Judgment Day is a good example of a crossover where we have like Raquel and we have Roxanne and Liv and they're interacting with Finn and whatever. Like there's a little crossover there, right? And there's obviously Nikki in the Wyatt Six. But there's not loads of examples. Maybe Ivy with American Made, but she doesn't really do anything. She doesn't like interfere in their matches and they don't interfere in hers. So there's not really loads in the way of like crossover between the men's and the women's divisions. And I'm certainly not campaigning for intergender matches. That's personally not my bag. But if you put Becky as the leader of this group, it kind of makes sense that she would be, you know, who does Seth trust more, like the most in this world? His wife. So if he's going to be out injured, he might not want anyone stepping out of line. He might not want to run the risk of putting some other guy in that's going to steal the group away. So putting his wife in makes a lot of sense. And she can distract during Bron Breaker matches, Bronson Reed matches. That checks out. But we were saying, yeah, but the guys can't really interfere in hers. And then the suggestion was, well, what about Kiana James? And I thought that was a brilliant shout because Kiana James needs creative when she comes back. I think she's going to struggle just being on her own because no one knows her really. I mean, if you watch her in NXT, you do. But she's been out with a long-term injury and really at a very annoying time because she hadn't established herself on the main roster. So she hadn't built up momentum or a fan base. And then she got injured. So she's coming back to just, you know, she'll come out there and people will be like, who's this girl? Who's this? You know? So she needs to be put with someone. She needs to be put like in the Judgment Day, or she needs to be put with someone, and putting her with Becky, I think it's a brilliant shout. I thought that made a lot of sense. So I think there's a story there. I'm not saying that's the direction they go because I understand other people will be like, just put Carrion in, you know, just put AJ Styles in there. Like, you know, there's quick fixes that you can do. But yeah, I don't mind like that idea of putting Becky in there. I actually think that it gives a woman a really big platform, which I think they need really. You know, if you think about how Seth's group opens up the show and are talking about, you know, taking the company over and all this kind of stuff. Well, Becky's got a belt. Becky's got the Women's Intercontinental. She can certainly set her sights on the women's top title. She can set the task for Bron and Bronson to get the tag titles and challenge them to go and do that. She and Kiana could set her sights on the women's tag titles. And of course, Seth has got Money in the Bank briefcase. And so when he comes back, he's still going to win the top title, isn't he? He's still going to be world champion. So I sort of feel like a lot of people were campaigning for Becky to join that group anyway. There was a lot of people saying, like, if you're going to, you know, add an extra person, how about a female? Because we got females in Judgment Day, we got females in Wyatt Six, we got a female in American Made. Like, if you're going to add another person, you could add Becky, you could have Seth's wife, you could add Becky. So I sort of feel like it's not the craziest idea in the world. And I think there is like some value to it. And I think it gets Becky right back up to the very top of the conversation, because really we've spoken this year about what are the big stories. Well, it's Cena's retirement. And on the other side, it's the Seth group. Those are really the two big stories. So, you know, to put Becky front and center in one of those stories, you are really, this is what Evolution looks like. This is, you know, we're talking about evolving the women's division and moving it forward and giving them more opportunity. Well, actually, you know, the women being one of the top stories or being involved in one of the top stories. You know, that's exactly what we should be looking to do. They were when it was like Liv and Rhea and Dom. I mean, that was the women being involved in one of the top stories. And that was great. It did kind of outstay its welcome. They did kind of, you know, run it into the ground. But it was great to see the women involved in a top story like that. So I'm not down on that. But equally, you know, you could go Carrion. You could go, I think there's pros and cons to putting Carrion in that position. You could go AJ Styles. I think there's pros and cons to like doing that. So you could put in another new member to replace Seth. You could go completely different, put Becky in there and maybe with Kiana James as support. Or you could just run with Bron and Bronson and just run with those two for a bit and see kind of where you get with that. Maybe Bron kind of steps forwards. Perhaps you have Bron as the kind of leader in the short term and someone else steps into the background. Maybe an Austin Theory joins and then you got Bron, Theory, Bronson and you go that direction, to be honest, you can go anyway. You could go any of those ways, and you could. There's pros and cons to all of them. You could make all of them work. So I don't really have a preference, honestly. I think if you go with the Becky direction, it gets women involved in a top story, which after how amazing Evolution was, I'm totally down for us doing that. And I think from a storyline point of view, it makes sense. A lot of people wanted Becky in anyway. Or you could, elevate Bron. Whether he's ready for that would be the concern. I don't know that he's ready to step forward and take that kind of leader responsibility. It would very much be sink or swim, wouldn't it? So there's a little gamble to that. But it does get another guy into the group, probably, like a Theory or an Ethan Page or, a Ricky Saints or whatever. And, that would then change the dynamic a little bit, and that would be interesting. Or as we said, you could go with some experience like AJ or a big platform for Carrion. People who want Carrion on TV consistently. Well, this would do it. And it would be a major push. The only drawback with that is that he's growing his star power, People are getting behind him. There's a movement, but it's finding its feet, It's a movement that's still growing. So it would be a little bit sink and swim as well. And it would also be a case of you don't have Seth's star power. That group, I think, are there to sort of drive ratings because Seth is obviously one of their biggest stars. So when that group opens Raw, it's a big deal. It's meant to be a big deal. When that group is closing the show and you got Seth with Heyman, it's a big deal. Like, this group kind of was born out of the main event of WrestleMania. Carrion is someone that can't even get on WrestleMania. The star power is a completely different level. So that would be the drawback with putting Carrion in that position, would be that it would be very Shield-like, where they're just going to have to throw everything at the wall, really get behind them, push them, and just, get them over that way. Because you will be lacking Seth's star power, definitely. But you can go that way. I'm not saying you can't do it. We're just talking about pros and cons. We're just talking about what would be the challenges, That's all. What would be the pros? What would be the cons? What would be the advantages of it? I mean, the advantage would be that you would get someone with the promo ability, the talking ability of Carrion front and center. And he would shine doing that. I have no doubt about that. You give him a live microphone in the ring, he will shine. So I have no doubt, and I believe that group would get over. And ultimately, I believe it would work. But I do think that we have to acknowledge that there would be some challenges, there would be some concerns, there would be maybe some nights that they would come out and the reactions would not be, that loud, because his star power is still growing. So, yeah, it'll be interesting, honestly. We need to first find out how long Seth's out for. Once we know how long Seth's out for, then we can obviously work from there. If it's just going to be a month or two, the group will probably just run as they are. If it's going to be through to the rest of the year, that's when we might start needing to talk about replacements. Yeah, that's when it starts becoming a slightly different conversation. Wayne, shout out to you. Wayne Garland said, do we think that Roman could be back tonight? He could. He could. I mean, honestly, I was really expecting him at Saturday night's main event. I really think that I thought he would be coming back there. And the reason that I thought he would be coming back there is because he was due to be back for SummerSlam. And this weekend was the last big show before SummerSlam. So the only way to bring him back now is either on a Raw or a SmackDown, or at SummerSlam itself. And I don't know that you want to bring him back at SummerSlam, because it's a 2-day SummerSlam and you've got to sell tickets. And I don't know how ticket sales are going, actually. That'd be good information to find. So they might be doing great, but it'll do better if you announce that Roman is definitely there. And so, it's one thing to try and sell out one day. It's another thing to try and sell out both days, and I think you're going to need all the help you can get. So I think Roman coming back and going after, going after a spot at SummerSlam. I mean, he would likely be going after Seth, and that's the problem, isn't it? I mean, the next question is surely who does Roman go after now? And of course, there's options there. I mean, it would feel like Braun and Bronson would have to be in the conversation, because that's Seth's group. So it would feel like that would have to be in the conversation. But the great thing about Roman is that you can put him in there with anyone, and it's going to be a big deal because Roman is the star. Roman is the biggest star in this industry. He is the biggest name in this industry. And that is like, just look at Google searches and all this sort of stuff. It's like everyone else is down here and Roman's up here. Like he's in a different league. He's in a different stratosphere. Even from Cody. I like Cody, and I think Cody was definitely right to finish his story, and I think he's definitely right to keep investing in, and I like Cody, but I'm not like a diehard Cody fan that's going to try and tell you that he is the biggest star and, the most popular star and all this sort of stuff. Like, I've seen data, I've seen Google Trends, I've seen that Roman is just in a different league. And that's fine. I mean, like, Roman has been built for 13, 14 years. He's been in, I don't even know off the top of my head how many main events of WrestleMania. I mean, Cody only came back at 38. I mean, before that, he was doing Stardust, and he came back at WrestleMania 38. Like, comparing the amount of investment they've put into Cody to the amount of investment they've put into Roman is night and day. There's so much more. I mean, Roman was shoved down our faces when he was the big dog, So, I mean, I feel like it's just been Roman for the past flipping 12 years, whatever. Obviously, it's been a lot better since he turned heel. It's been a lot more enjoyable, and it's been better received. But it has been full-on Roman for a long time. And so, of course, there's going to be a lot of Google searches for Roman and merch sales and all this stuff. So, yeah, I mean, look, it doesn't matter who you put Roman with is the bottom line. Find a heel, tell a decent story, and you can get something out of it. But, to carry on the story, it might have to end up being Braun or Bronson or something along those lines, JC Dub, shout out to you, my friends. Daze, I agree. Roman is definitely the biggest in the company. He is beloved globally, says Maggie. Yeah, it's not a tribalistic thing though. It's not a your guy is not as popular as my guy type situation, because I don't have a dog in the fight. My guy is Sami Zayn, and no one gives a flip about him. So that's my guy, right? But I've seen numbers that that just show like that he really is, as you say, globally. I mean, he's big in certain countries. He's really, really popular. Like, places like India, Saudi Arabia and whatnot. Like, these are the kind of countries where Cody has got a lot of love as well. But like, Roman's just loved. And the bloodline story was so big. So big. So, yeah, I mean, this is why it just doesn't matter. I mean, Roman can come back as long as you have got a good, compelling story, as long as you're doing a story and there's a reason for it, and, like, it's a juicy little thing. Like, that's good enough, honestly. That'll do. I think it's hard to do him against Braun. I mean, Roman against Braun feels a little bit to me like Cody versus Solo. It's kind of like you've got the established name against the upcomer, and the upcomer is not quite ready. And I don't look at Bron as being ready. I mean, I just don't look at him as being the final product. I don't look at Bron as being ready to main event night 2 of WrestleMania now, I think that he is someone that is still learning, developing, evolving, growing, fleshing out his character, still experiencing different things for the first time, because, I mean, he ain't been on the main roster that long. So I don't look at Bron as being the final finished article at this stage. So putting him in a big match against Roman Reigns at SummerSlam, it's one of those where you go, well, it would be a good education for him, but is that right for Roman? Is that the big challenge that he needs? It's just hard when you've seen Roman go toe-to-toe with Brock Lesnar and beat him, to see him go toe-to-toe with Bron Breaker and struggle. I just think that's a hard sell. What they're leaning into with Bron is his power. Oh, he ain't bigger than Brock Lesnar. He's not more powerful than Brock Lesnar. Bron Breaker wouldn't go over to UFC and win the heavyweight championship like Brock did. So it's just, I find it a bit of a hard sell, to be honest with you. So, you know, the easy answer, of course, is Bron, because I think Bron is probably seen as being a bit more of a challenge than, say, Bronson Reed is. Bron is the obvious choice because Roman has got an issue with Seth, so he's going to have a problem with Seth's group. So, you know, if he comes back, you know, Roman, Bron, it's got to be spoken about. But I don't know. There is something with Bron Breakker that just does not feel quite there for me. There's something about Bron Breakker that's not sitting right. It's like with Liv Morgan, you know, when she was a face and there was a piece missing. And she's the same girl now as she was then. And it wasn't that long ago, right? It was only a couple of years ago when she was, you know, a face. And, you know, her moveset was largely the same. You know, we've not seen a drastic change in her wrestling. But there was a piece missing. There was something missing. And she turned heel. She found some sass and attitude for her promos. And it just, you know, we got some good creative for her and off we went. And I sort of feel like we need a moment like that for Bron Breakker, where there's a tweak, a change, the pieces fall. I feel like the pieces, they're all there. It's like we've just got to push them down. Do you know what I mean? Like we're doing a jigsaw puzzle and we've kind of put the pieces like where they need to go, but we just haven't quite pushed them down yet. We haven't quite, you know, I can see the picture, but it's not, the jigsaw's not made. And that's how I feel about Bron Breakker. I feel like it's there, but it's not quite there. It's not quite made yet. And I don't know how you unlock that. That would be a really, honestly, I'd love to, imagine if you could get the creative department and you could ask them a question and then film the answer. I'd love to throw them in a room and go, there feels like there's something missing with Bron Breakker. What are your thoughts and what do you think it is if you agree? Go and see what they say. Because I'd love to know if they might turn around and go, no, he's on track. Everything's great. They might say that. They might be absolutely fine, loving it. He's smashing everything we want from him. It's, you know, it's all fine. Everything's good. Or they might be like, yes, there is something missing. We just need to find a way of kind of continuing to build his aura. Maybe his aura is not big enough yet. You know, perhaps he's not done enough on the main roster yet. Perhaps there's not enough catalogue of examples of things to build his aura up yet, you know. Perhaps we need to do a few more bits to do that. Perhaps it's just that. Perhaps it's just that. I think I might have hit the nail on the head, actually, when I said about the Brock Lesnar comparison. You're trying to sell me someone that's a monster, that's strong and powerful and a destructive force a few years after you've sold me Brock Lesnar, you know? And I've watched Brock Lesnar and I've seen Roman deal with Brock Lesnar, and Bron Breakker is not Brock Lesnar. He's not as big. He hasn't got the size. He can be explosive and all that stuff. He can provide some slightly different challenges, you know, with his speed and explosiveness. You know, it's not just power that he's got, but maybe this is where the presentation isn't quite right. Perhaps like we need to get over his speed, his athleticism, his explosiveness, and actually sell those as attributes. Maybe if Heyman started talking to us about how he used to be the advocate for someone, but that person that he used to be an advocate for did not possess the explosiveness that Bron Breaker possesses. The areas that were missing in my previous client, the weaknesses that I saw in my previous client, I don't see those weaknesses in Bron Breaker. And I wonder if it was something along those lines where we can really pick out those attributes and highlight them, and kind of maybe it just needs building more. Perhaps it's just that. And maybe we could do that on the road to SummerSlam if he does have a match with Roman. But I'm just being perfectly honest in, if you're going to give me Roman Bron, that's my concern. I've seen Roman Brock at the same event going back, what was it, 2022? When Brock came down in the tractor, flipped the ring. It was a war. It took flipping Usos and everyone to get involved. Theory trying to cash in. You know, Roman giving everything, being tipped out the ring. Like, I've seen Roman go up against a beast, a monster at SummerSlam, and now you're going to try and sell me him against Bron Breaker, and I've got to believe that Bron Breaker's got a chance. I'm struggling personally. Maybe I'm alone. Maybe you lot feel different. Perhaps you're like, nah. He's goods. I don't see it that way. I think that he's goods. I think that he is a challenge or something like that. Maybe it's just me. Kai Plays said, do we know why Stephanie raises her finger? It's because one of her family members died. He loved wrestling, and his only dream was for her to be in WWE. Well, Kai Plays, fun facts. That's Kai Plays' fun fact of the day. It was me, not you, said why not have Seth bring in Ethan and have Seth do the Brett in a wheelchair gimmick, only if it's a month or two. Roman could face Breaker, Bronson and Paige before Seth, says it was me, not you. It's interesting. To be honest, I don't know if Seth would want to do that, because Seth might see this as an opportunity to stay home with his kid. If he's out injured, he might see it as an opportunity to, you know, be at home with his kid. I mean, when you're a wrestler on the road, and they're not on the road as much, but there's still a lot of traveling, of course. It's hard, isn't it, on your family life? So it's one of those where, yep, you could, if WWE wanted to do that, then that's what they do. I mean, Seth obviously was ready to wrestle on these shows. So if they say, look, we still want you to travel, but we want you to do this wheelchair thing, and we're going to do that instead, then, you know, I don't know that Seth would be thrilled with it, because obviously traveling whilst you're injured, whilst your knees like all bandaged or like, you know, whatever it is clearly not ideal, right? And also like being away from your young kids, if the alternative is I'm injured and I could just stay home with my kids, is again not ideal. So I don't know that Seth would be thrilled about doing that, but equally if WWE wanted to do that, I'm not saying he would have to, but I suppose in a way he would, because he's contracted. And well, I don't know, actually. I don't know what's in the contract about if you're injured. If you're legit injured and a doctor says that you're not like cleared to wrestle, I wonder legally if they can still make you come in to do non-wrestling spots. I mean, I suppose they can. Oof. I tell you what, if I worked in talent relations where I had to speak to the wrestlers, I would not be looking forward to that conversation. They'd be like, can you just call Seth up and tell him we still want him to come in even though he's injured? I'd be like, sorry, what? Yeah, we're going to have him do like some wheelchair stuff on the ramp. I'm like, I'm sorry, you want me to tell a man that's injured he's got to come in and travel and leave his kids, even though like he's going to be all bandaged up? And like, yeah, okay, right, okay. In that moment, you'd be like, is this the job for me? Is this the job for me, or should I do something else? Because that is going to be like one of them, innit? Beep, 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 beep. I know. But listen, if they want to do it. Ben says, not sure if you saw, but Axiom was supposed to be Trey Baxter, but plans went to someone else. Do we think mass wrestlers have a hard time getting over in WWE? Yes, definitely. One of the biggest things a wrestler has to connect with the audience is their facial expressions. Because, you know, think of yesterday when, you know, Iyo kind of hit a move on Rhea, and she did that kind of sitting up, and she had a big smile on her face, and then she like collapsed back, you know? Or what about when she got smashed and she was down and she was like wide-eyed, and like you could just tell. I mean, obviously they're not going to talk to the camera during a match. They will obviously talk to each other, but you know, call in spots and whatever, or trash talking or whatever, but they won't talk to you. They're not going to go, I'll tell you what, that hurt. Oh my God, I'm feeling that. Yeah. They have to do it with their facial expressions. So, you know, wide-eyed. I mean, I would imagine it's something they teach them at Performance Center about, you know, really getting across your emotions. Cameras, it's the cameraman and the editor's, director's responsibility to pick up on, you know, your facial expressions in certain moments and make sure that you get those across. Make sure that whatever you're feeling or your character is feeling, make sure that is written all over your face. Yeah. And with a mass wrestler like Axiom, none of that. It's gone. It's took away from you. And that is a serious disadvantage. I mean, now you're going to have to start using your arms and your legs and your body movement to sort of express more that you're in pain, that you're frustrated. You know, you've got to be more emotive with your body. You know, when we talk about wrestling being like an art or a skill, and there being like a skill set, and it's like work that you have to be trained in, this is the sort of detail that we're speaking about, right? Like, this is why if you got the average person off the street and put them into a wrestling ring, their matches are not going to be amazing, right? Not only are they not going to execute moves correctly, not only are they potentially going to get lost because they don't have sequences of moves in their mind, they don't have a move set in their mind. You know, they're probably going to do a drop kick, a clothesline, a couple of punches, headlock. You know, they're just maybe a suplex, maybe a German suplex or something like this. You know, come off the ropes and, you know, do a clothesline or those kind of things, yeah? That would probably be their moveset. But the art of selling is probably not going to exist. They're going to get tired because they're going to have probably not a good level of cardio or conditioning. So actually their selling might be quite good because it might be genuine. They're actual, like when they get slammed on the mat, like, and they're like, oh my God, their selling might actually, I'm going to scrap that. Their selling might be the best because it might 100% be real. When they're getting slammed down on a hard wooden ring, realizing it's a lot harder than what you actually think. And they're getting like clotheslined and all this kind of stuff. And they're like gasping for air. Actually, scrap it. It might be the best match we've ever seen. Because you might be like, oh my God, they're selling. It's so good. It's so realistic. I've never seen selling this realistic. And they're in there like, I'm dying. Call my wife. Tell my wife I love her. I can't breathe. Yeah, man. But yeah, look, to do it night after night after night after night after night after night, when you do have conditioning, you do need to make sure you're working on your selling and presenting it and being large. So yeah, of course, having your face covered over, massive disadvantage. Massive disadvantage. I actually think if you look at the history of luchadors in WWE, you can see the success rate is really hit and miss. Really hit and miss. I mean, outside of Rey Mysterio, what great masked luchador wrestlers have we had in the history of WWE? We can name masked luchador wrestlers, but how many of them have achieved Royal Rumble wins, WrestleMania main events, world title runs? You know, I mean, like, it's a very, very, very small list, isn't it? It's a very, very small list. And listen, there are great masked luchador wrestlers out there. I think part of it is there's a language barrier. A lot of them are based in Mexico, don't speak English. That's obviously a massive factor. You know, imagine that. Imagine you're a masked wrestler. We can't see your facial expressions. And then you also can't speak English. I mean, Jesus. Jesus. So, yeah, it's a challenge. It's going to be interesting, actually, now that they've bought AAA, to sort of see how do they deal with that challenge, you know? How do they deal with that challenge? I wonder if they will start teaching. I mean, if I bought AAA and I was WWE, I would have my wrestlers do English lessons. I would be teaching them English because my goal is to build them up so they're ready for NXT in Florida. I mean, really, the ultimate goal is to create amazing Mexican talent that can go to Raw and SmackDown. That's the ultimate goal. The ultimate goal is to get to WrestleMania, yeah? That's the ultimate goal, is to win the WWE Championship on night 2 at WrestleMania. That's the ultimate goal. And clearly, being able to speak English is going to be of use if that is the ultimate goal. So even down in AAA, as they're learning, I would be, you know, building it into the week that they do, like, you know, an hour a day English or whatever, and just really, you know, commit to that. I don't know what the setup's like. I don't know. I mean, I don't even know if WWE have totally bought it yet. I keep hearing conflicting reports that it's done, but it just hasn't like gone through yet or something. So it's theirs, but it's not totally theirs yet, kind of a situation. So I don't know. I don't know if they're gonna, you know, put like a PC down there and actually have classes on a Monday and a Tuesday and a Wednesday. And do you know what I mean? Like, are they going to do? I would imagine so. I'd imagine it'll be like an NXT. And NXT has got a performance center. You know, the NXT talent go and, you know, do their classes and everything. So I'd imagine they'll do the same with AAA, but not really much in the way of detail of that, to be honest. Not kind of seeing the next step in that strategy. Right. I told a kid I worked with at a grocery store once whilst I was stocking shelves, if I ever ran away, I would become a luchador under the name Queso Blanco, because I saw it on a can. Love that. Queso Blanco. Sounds good, actually. I don't know what it means, but Queso Blanco. Is Blanco a colour? Sounds like a colour. Blanco. What's Blanco? Let's have a look. Spanish to English. What are we dealing with? What's Blanco? Blanco. White. Ah! Look at that. It was a colour. Isn't that weird how Blanco, which is like blank, makes you think black, is actually white? It's just backwards, isn't it? It's just backwards. They haven't got a clue what they're doing. So there we go. Blanco is white. Daze tweeted you. Backstage pics from Evolution. Grande Americano has been announced for 2K25, replacing the celeb. We wanted Aleister Black, not that clown. Who was the celeb, James? Do you know who the celeb was? Who was the celeb, and how come that has fallen through? I wonder who the celeb was. They did announce Tyrese Halliburton. Is it that's kind of fallen through? Could it be that Tyrese Halliburton is fallen through? I just think that would be interesting if he's replacing who the celeb was meant to be. We will see if they do anything with Carrion tonight, says Jessica. Jessica! Explain yourself. Jessica needs to explain herself. Because on a opinions video, she said, is it just me or did Rhea have an off night? And I thought it was a really interesting comment. Because I think it's a really interesting match, Rhea versus Iyo. I think it's really interesting because there's a real feeling out process at the start. And there's some really good moments in that match. Of course there is. And then they fight all on the outside, go back into the ring. So for Jessica to say that she wondered or suspected might have been something a little bit off with Rhea, I was like, what have you seen that makes me think? Here we go. Jessica says, Rhea was holding back. She was moving a little bit slower than normal. Didn't get many technical moves in, but she did do some big ones like the razor's edge, etc. That's interesting. That makes me want to rewatch it, actually. I'd like to rewatch it anyway. No, like now knowing who wins and that we got the cash in, and, you know, when you're watching it to see, is this the finish and all that sort of stuff. But actually, I'd like to rewatch it and just rewatch it with a fresh pair of eyes. So when I do that would be quite good, actually, for the members thing. I was talking to the members about doing like some watch-alongs, and I was like, we don't need to do like hours and hours and hours because ain't nobody got time for that, right? But we could certainly go back to certain matches. You know, we could go back to shorter shows, like an hour long, you know, watch the first Raw type thing. Yeah, we've done that before, but you get the kind of thing. I've said before, I'd actually quite like to watch the first show after 9/11 because that was a very, very touching show. It was a very touching show. I think it was SmackDown. I can't remember if 9/11 was on a Thursday and then SmackDown was like the next day. I seem to remember WWE doing a documentary where they said that SmackDown was the first mass gathering of people in the United States after 9/11 had happened. And I think it might have been like 24 hours later. And there was like big conversations about whether they should do the show or not. And they did it. And so, I mean, yeah. A very, very impactful show. So, you know, things like that I would do. But maybe something like rewatching Rhea versus Iyo, but only this time with a bit more of an analytical look. You know? I've actually thought as well about how fun it would be. And, you know, this is where we all get our own weird kicks. I've also thought, wouldn't it be fun? And I did see someone doing this, but I don't think they do it anymore. Could you imagine if you watched a match and you recorded how many big moves there were, how many pinfalls there were, how quick the pace of the match was? So I suppose that would be moves. How many moves do they do per minute kind of a thing? So, you know, if they're doing like, you know, obviously if they're getting in 10 moves a minute, that's quite fast. If they're doing 2, that's quite slow. So, you know, you could probably work out the pace of a match. You could work out how many pinfall attempts there were. You could work out how many big power moves like the razor's edge and all that. You could work that out as well. And I wonder if you could actually break a match down into numbers, which could help sort of help you gain a better understanding of that match, you know? I wonder it's a bit like with music, like you can break music down to like beats per minute, and you can break music down to the instruments that are used, and you can break it down to like, you know, the song structure. You know, songs can just be felt and created, or you can take a more like mathematical approach to them where you like break it down and actually go, right, I'm going to do a verse, then I need to write a chorus, then I need to write a second verse. Like you could do it that way. You can do a song that way, or you can just like pick up a guitar and just go and play. I wonder if actually, you know, you took some famous matches and actually broke those matches down into that level of detail. I wonder if it would show anything. I wonder if it would, I don't know, provide a bit more understanding of these matches. Like that kind of stuff interests me, and I'm a nerd. That's what we've learned. But like, yeah, rewatching Rhea and Iyo, but with a little bit more of an analytical kind of look at it. I could be really tempted to do that. So for Jess, I really like Jess' comment. For Jess to say she felt that Rhea was moving a little slower than usual, maybe not going for as many big power moves as usual. If I did that kind of work that I just said, I could go, well, actually, Jess, hang on. Actually, her average is 7.8 power moves, and in this match, she did 8.5. Yeah, so... But I don't have that data, so I can't be that sassy, unfortunately. But I do dream of being that sassy one day, so... Lovely. Interesting. I hope to revisit that match, and I will give it a look. Michael said, do we think that Seth drops the case? No. Not if he's out for like 6 months or something. I think he's going to have to be out 8-10 months kind of a situation. I think it's going to have to really run it close to WrestleMania and Money in the Bank next year for him to drop it. If he's out for the rest of this year, but back early 2026, he's still got plenty of time to kind of do stuff with the briefcase. So it's going to really depend on the scan results. That's a boring answer, but until we know how long he's out for, then that will obviously dictate. If he's out for a month or two, no. I think if he's out for the rest of the year, no. The only thing that might change that is if they had some really intricate planned. You know, if it was that Seth cashing in was going to impact John Cena's last match or something, and we need a cash in for that, then of course that might change it. But if it was just a case that they, I don't know, hadn't really figured out when he was going to cash in, or it didn't really matter when he cashed in, they just knew that they wanted him to have the belt before WrestleMania, then if it's a case that he's out till the end of the year, he could cash in January, he could cash in February, he could cash in March, and it still gets them where they want to be. So it's really hard to say, isn't it? Because it really depends what their plans are, and it really depends how long he's out for. But I don't think it's just an automatic, oh, he's injured, yeah, get the briefcase off him. I don't think it's that. Denise said, I saw this funny commercial that Titus O'Neil is on a dating show called King's Court on Bravo. I think that's funny. They say he's a WWE superstar. It'll be funny watching women fight over him. Yeah, I thought he was in a marriage and a love. I mean, I've always seen him as a family man because he always poses with his kids, doesn't he? He's always out with his kids. And he is, all about being a good parent and all this kind of stuff. So, I don't know what happened with his wife, or I don't know. I don't know his personal life. I was just always under the impression he was in a very loving relationship, like married happily, and because he's done books about family and all this kind of stuff. So I was really surprised to see him on a dating show. But each to their own. I did see the trailer for that. It's pretty wild. The only problem with the trailer, I was going to put it in unseen. The only problem with the trailer is it goes for a good few minutes and it kind of focuses on the other guys because it's not only Titus. I think there's 3 guys that the women are kind of battling over, fighting over. And there's not loads of like Titus clips in there. So I was like, I decided to not include it. Was that a mistake? Maybe. Sonny said, Daze, I've got a little bit of Timmy's left after my outing with my worker. Couldn't find any good record albums in the thrift store, and the vinyl store was closed. Oh. Sonny, I'm sorry to hear that. But you know what, Sonny? The when it comes to record collections, or collections really of any kind, I think the fun is in the finding. I mean, when it comes to... I've got lots of figures, obviously, which I've just got on my shelves. And for me, like, going and doing toy hunts and actually looking for those figures, honestly, they were the best parts. Like, some of my favourite memories of, like, the early stages of this channel are me kind of... because when I lived in Southampton, I didn't have a car because I didn't need a car. I lived close enough to where I worked. I could just walk. And I loved that. I would not wanted to have changed that. I could have lived further out and then got like a bus or commuted in or something like that. But I'm way too lazy for that. So I like to get up, have something to eat, and be like 20-minute walk away. And I lived about 20 minutes away from where I work. So that was brilliant. But it meant I didn't need a car because there was a shop really close by. My work was close by. Going out and meeting friends was close by. it was all close by. The train station was close by to kind of get back here. If I wanted to pop back here, like, it was close by. So I just never needed one. But the only problem was when it was time to do a toy hunt, I was like, yeah, no, actually, I do need one now. Because a lot of Smiths are not in high streets or cities. They're kind of a little bit out of town. They're kind of in like little industrial areas. You know, we have like a lot like America, actually, where you have like, you know, shops in a clump. You know, it's not a shopping centre. But you've got a little car park in front and you'll have some shops and you can go to a few different ones, whatever. And then you've got a little car park in front. We have those. I don't know what you call those. We have those as well. And Smiths tend to be in those rather than in shopping centres or on high streets. And so, you know, there's some of my favourite memories, though, are like listening to wrestling. I'd listen to Solo Monster. I'd listen to wrestling with... Wrestling Soup. I was just trying to think, did I listen to Wrestling with Regret? I watched Wrestling with Regret a bit. I don't know if he ever did a like podcast, but who was it? Wrestling Soup, Solo Monster, and flipping Don Tony, and of course Jim Cornette. Those were, you know, I just kind of listened to them talking about wrestling, what was happening, as I would be just walking to get the train, and then I'd get off, and then it'd be a bit of a walk to get to Smith's. Then I would film, and then I'd be really excited because hopefully I'd get some good footage, and then I'd come back home, and I'd still be listening to the podcasts, and then I'd like get back and edit, and that would be my day off. When I was working in retail, that's what I would do as my day off. And so if you go back and watch a load of the old toy hunts, like, that's what I've done, really. I've popped out for the day, gone and filmed, gone back home, edited, and by the time I've done that, that's my day done, really. And some really great memories, just listening to, you know, wrestling, just being out in the sun, just, you know, going for a walk, going to a toy shop. Lovely. Much better than what I do now, which is sit here. But, yeah, I do miss those days, but I really think the fun of collecting is that it's not really getting the item itself, and, you know, that can be fun if it's something you were really desperate for, but yeah, I think honestly going out, sometimes you strike out, but it just means that when you actually find something next time, just feels even better, doesn't it? Just feels even better. The joy of collecting. Thomas said, I always wondered if that blue sky was some kind of sign. Just can't get over how blue the sky was. So bright and clear, says Thomas. What sky, buds? What sky are we on about? I feel like this might have been a conversation previous that we've moved on from. What sky is troubling you? Thomas, I need to know. Part of the sky has upset you, and I need to know why and which sky. Miss Dow Jr. said, are you excited for UFC 318? What do we think about Cena, Cody 2? UFC 318 I'm excited for because it'll be lovely to get back doing it. I am also a little apprehensive because it needs a lot of research, and also I think I've butchered the UFC community. I think I would totally understand no one wanting to join us for those streams. I would totally understand. But I just don't really know what I could have done, really, because we're a wrestling channel, we're a WWE channel, and you know, it's one of those. We've just been put in a situation where this year and last year in particular, TKO have decided to smash WWE and UFC shows on at the same time. Or, you know, just have them slightly out. But the problem I've got is that I do opinion videos and I do unseen videos. And, you know, there's other things that kind of have to be done. So, yeah, I am looking forward to it. But I honestly am going in quite apprehensive because it's going to be a lot of research. It's going to be a long stream. And there just might not be a community there. There just might not be a demand now. I don't know. I don't know. So we're just going to do what we can do. It obviously, I mean, look, I've streamed to low numbers when I was first starting, and it is the hardest thing that you can do. I have nothing but respect to people out there that are streaming and doing watch-longs and doing streams and whatever, and they are starting out, or they're still yet to build a community, or they're still trying to find their feet, or still trying to connect, or whatever it might be, and you're streaming to low numbers because it's hard. I mean, I can talk, right? You can give me a topic and we can go, but I need, when I reach the natural conclusion of whatever it is I'm saying, I turn to the chat to get the next thing, right? The next question, the next thought, the next theory, yeah? And then we bounce off that and off we go again. So, we've gone an hour and 16 minutes and I've not blinked. I mean, I've not thought once about what do I say? What are we going to do? It's just not a thing, is it? It's not a problem we have. The conversation flows like wine because of you guys. It's you guys that provide the thoughts, the theories, you keep that conversation going. But when you're streaming to low numbers, and you look to the chat and it just ain't moved, or there's a couple of people in there that are sort of having a chat about something different, and you're like, oh, it's hard. That is hard. And I'd like to think that we haven't lost the UFC community to the point where it's going to be that bad, but I don't know, man. So yeah, UFC apprehensive, honestly. Apprehensive for that regard, but we are going to do the boxing as well, and we're going to do that before. That is Usyk and Dubois at Wembley, and I think Dubois has a chance, but of course I think Usyk wins. But yeah, that should be really good because that is for the world heavyweight titles, all of them. There's 4 of them, and this is for 4 of them. All of them. So this is literally undisputed boxing heavyweight champion of the world. Usyk, I think, has got 3. Dubois has got the other 1. And, someone's leaving with all the belts. It's at a completely sold out Wembley. It's on Saturday. Usyk's one of the best fighters I've ever seen. Daniel Dubois representing the UK. It'd be, we've sent Joshua to try and beat Usyk twice. He couldn't do it. We sent Tyson Fury to try and beat Usyk twice. He couldn't do it. We've even sent Dubois previous to try and beat Usyk, and he couldn't do it. I'm reading people talk about the fight, and they're saying maybe Usyk's getting a little bit older now. Maybe. And it's like people are just sort of clutching at straws, really. So I think it's Usyk that wins, but I don't know. Wembley and Dubois on a great run. He's beat some great names, and a lot of people are saying this ain't the same fighter. He's not the same fighter that Usyk faced previous. He's really matured. He's really grown. He's bigger. He's stronger. He's faster. He's more confident. It's like, I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to the boxing, and yeah, then we'll do UFC, and I just don't know what to expect. So that is this weekend, and I'm tempted to do Slammiversary because, to be honest, if it was just the Trick Williams TNA title match, I don't know if I would, but I really feel like the JC Jane defending the NXT title against Masha, who's defending the TNA title, that feels like I really feel like Masha's going to win. I feel like Masha Slamovich might be the new NXT Women's Champion, and seeing a TNA talent, I think I'm right in saying, win a WWE title for the first time. I think that would be history. I think that would be quite the moment, a TNA signed talent to TNA wins a proper active WWE championship, and I think she does it, because the alternative is that JC Jane becomes the TNA Knockouts champion, and I really don't know that they're going to go that way. They might do, though. I don't know. I think it's that match that's making me go, ooh, that feels like something worth watching on Sunday. The alternative is that they'll probably do a SummerSlam on Sunday, actually. I was thinking on Sunday, I'm quite happy to not do anything and just rest my voice after what I'm sure is going to be a very grueling Saturday. But on Sunday, I was thinking they'll probably on WWE Vault do a SummerSlam. because we're getting closer to SummerSlam. And so WWE Vault will probably do that. But the only the only alternative to that is that there is actually a show on, Slammiversary, where we've got JC Jane defending the title. So I was like, ooh, I don't know. I'm really like, oh. The big focus this weekend is boxing, and it is UFC. And then on Sunday, I'm sort of torn between Retro SummerSlam or Slammiversary. Retro SummerSlam, I won't have to pay any money. I just watch it. Slammiversary, I'm probably going to have to pay for. And, I mean, I think there's probably only 2 matches, the Trick match and the JC match, that I really need to see. The other matches are going to be like TNA ones, of course, which I'm not down on. I've seen TNA before. We've done previous TNA shows. Not many times, just a few times. And they've always been good. I'm really not down on the current TNA product. I'm not down on it at all. So, yeah, don't know. Have to see. Still a bit torn on that. Right. Where's Thomas? I want an answer to my Sky question. Jess said, I'd love to know how they kept Nia, but they got rid of Dakota. Johnny said, Daze, what if Seth takes time off because of the knee, returns at SummerSlam and cashes in? I think that the knee might be a bit more serious than SummerSlam. I think he might be out of SummerSlam. Bradley said, Daze, fam, I'm a newbie around the channel. Hello, Bradley. I want that Fatu shirt from Saturday night's main event, but I can't see it. Any ideas? To be honest, if they were going to put it up, I would think they would have put it up by now. So, if we go Fatu, what I would suggest is... Oh. What's this? I don't know if someone has just made a version of it, or maybe they have. That's the one he was wearing. It looks quite big, doesn't it, on the front? I think that's a replica, isn't it? I think these are replicas, because that is clearly different to that. That is smaller. I don't think WWE are going to release a version of it, because I think they would have released it. I think it would have come out. WWE don't faff around, man. As soon as someone comes back, the shirt's available. As soon as, something like that happens, the shirt is up. The fact we don't have that shirt available says to me that I don't think it's coming in, but I think there's plenty of fake versions. Like here, look, there's loads, actually. There's one down here that's a bit bigger in size. One Champ TLFC, made in USA as well. Oh, look at that. Get it as a bag. Get it as a bag, buds. Can have that as a bag. Over here's loads. Loads of them. Oh, look at that. There you go, the beach. That could be you, that could. Look at that. That one looks better, doesn't it? I mean, that looks more real. Look, these... Is that better? That's better. That's rubbish. What the hell's that? That looks bigger and better. That looks big and better. So, yeah, there's... have it as a mug, mate. Have it as a mug. Look at that. Jeez. World's your oyster. So, yeah, good question, because as soon as I saw it, I was like, oh, that'll be available on WWE Shop now. And then, of course, you go there, and I've heard that... No, actually, no, it's not. Which I was genuinely surprised at. And I can't see their... Oh, new... Oh, that's nice, actually. New Cena merch. San Antonio, Texas. Oh, I like that. No. I was going to say, is that the best shirt since he's come back? And I'm saying no. He had a white one. There was a white one that had an image in the middle of Cena. And I can't remember the colour. Might have been like yellow. Might have been Lakers colours, actually. Might have been something when we were in LA. I remember white with maybe like a yellow. I think that's my favourite. This, I think, might be my second favourite. I think what's putting me off is that the San Antonio Spurs kind of backing? I'm getting like a San Antonio Spurs vibe from this, and I think that's putting me off. Not that it's a problem. I don't hate the San Antonio Spurs, but I don't support them either. So I like this kind of swoosh of colour, though. Do you know what I mean? It's very Bob Ross. You know, happy trees and all that. So I like that. Black shirt, love that. I mean, you're speaking my language. So a black shirt with a little Bob Ross swoosh of colour. Cena on the front. I think it is just that back in that's like, nah. Could live with it, could live without it. Let's have a look actually whilst we're here and see if they have got anything. No, there's none. No, they ain't got that new shirt, have they? They got a lot though. Ah, look at that. An authentic Jacob Fatu WrestleMania private sign-in nameplate. Jacob Fatu, I love you, Solo. I love you, Solo. That's great, because he doesn't now. He doesn't now. So there we go. Fake news. Oh my God, fake news. All gas, no brakes. Yes. It is better when they do put a little extra rather than just a scribble in it. It's great though. I'm shocked. Well, I shouldn't be. I was going to say I'm shocked at how much Jacob Fatu merch there is, but I shouldn't be. Because if they can flip it, make merch of anyone, they'll pump it out, won't they? Who do I want to look at? I was just like, oh, let's have a look. I don't know who I want to look at. Who do I want to look at? Do I want to look at NXT? I want an Evolve shirt. That's what I want. Do they do one yet? Evolve. I don't think they do. Who's this boomer? That is Evolution shirt. It's pretty good, isn't it, actually? That's pretty good. That's like one of those old school kind of roll your sleeves up, let's get to work type posters, isn't it? Like keep calm, carry on. But for Evolution, that's good. I wonder if they did a signed poster like that. That would have been good. Expensive. Oh, let's have a look at Evolution. Actually, they've got nothing for Evolve because they hate that brand. Fake fan. They're fake fans, not like us guys. They're fake fans. Hey, look, that one says Evolution unsigned. So I wonder if there is an Evolution signed of this. That would be quite good. You'd have Bailey, Rhea, Becky, Jades, Bianca, Trish, Naomi, Iyo, Charlotte, Nikki. Is that Nikki? It must be missing it. Don't love that, Nikki. Roxanne, Alexa, and Tiffany. That would be good if that was signed. Imagine if it was signed. But how many are you getting? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You're getting a lot. I started counting, then I just lost. I didn't care. I gave up. But Daze, I've run out of beer and I am not happy, says Wendy Lucho. Wrestling Creates Entertainment said keep calm and Karrion Kross. Why don't they make that shirt? Keep calm and Karrion Kross. Oh my God. Get down there. Get into that merch department, yeah? That's $1 billion idea, Wrestling Creates Entertainment. Christopher said, do y'all think we'll challenge Gunther? I think it'll be CM Punk, personally. But obviously we're going to get an answer to that tonight. We got the Gauntlet match in just half an hour. We're only 30 minutes away. My God. Hannah said, Daze, salutations. This might be hard to answer, but who's your favourite female wrestler? Who is the best female wrestler? Shout out to you. It depends. Yeah, it is hard to answer because how do you say best? I mean, do you say best in regards to like actual in-ring from a technical point of view? Or are we saying best in regards to their impact on the business? Like, you know, I mean, for me, Becky is the highest a woman has got to. I mean, you can't really get much, you can't get any higher, actually. There is no... In fact, I don't think anyone will get higher because how can you get higher than winning both of the world titles in the same match in the main event of WrestleMania, which there was only one main event then. I mean, it would have to be night 2 now. In order to get to the same level as Becky, you've got a main event night 2 for a world title, and ideally it should be for both, because it was Becky competing for both. It was Becky 2 belts, weren't it? So, and you know, just add in the fact that was the first time the women had ever main evented WrestleMania. I mean, you just don't get bigger than that. Add in the fact as well, she was the man. You know, go back, was it 4 or 5 months? She's got the busted nose with the blood. She's on the steps like this. You know, it's an iconic image. There's no woman that's ever got to that level. There's no woman that's ever got like that big. I mean, obviously, credit to Ronda and Charlotte, who were also in that match. But I don't know if that makes her the best. It's certainly the biggest moment. It's certainly, you ain't telling the history of women's wrestling in WWE without talking about that match, are you? So, yeah, that is got to be one of the answers. I think in regards to, like, in-ring technical ability, I would genuinely say one of the Japanese girls. I mean, I don't think you would be... Dave Meltzer says, right now, the best worker in WWE out of every wrestler that is on their books right now, man, woman, child, animal, the best worker they've got is Iyo Sky. The best worker, the best in-ring technical performer is Iyo Sky. I don't disagree. I think she is the best in-ring worker. I think that not only can she do the gymnastics, kind of backflips and all this sort of stuff, you know, she mixes that and blends it in with power moves, with, agility, chucking herself around, doing moonsaults and all this sort of stuff. But, you know, when she throws in a drop kick or she throws in a shot or she, throws something at her opponent, it's not a weak connection. It's not a little wispy connection. Like, it's got something behind it. And I think that, what we saw yesterday was obviously very, very, very special. Very special. I mean, I don't know if you've seen Big E's words, but Big E, I mean, there's probably people praising what Big E said about that match as much as people are praising the match. Big E was like, we just need to applaud this women. He's like, there's times where in wrestling you can go to some dark places. Big E actually said, there's times where you question why you even watch wrestling. And, you know, I did think, could you expand on that? It would be really interesting to know, what have you seen that made you question why you watch wrestling? What is it that you've seen? I mean, I'm sure he would find a cop-out answer. You know, I'm sure he wouldn't say anything from this year, right? Or anything like that. I'm sure he would be like Katie Vick or something like this, you know? He'd probably find some awful story that we all agree was awful, and so he'd probably say something along those lines. But he says, you know, there's times where, you really question, why do I even watch wrestling? And he's like, I just want to say a thank you to these girls for just reigniting that passion, and, you know, just thank you, Rhea, thank you, Iyo. What you've served up here tonight will just it'll live long in my memory for years and years and years. He was so putting that match over, you know. So I agree that Iyo has got to be in the conversation for you might think it's someone else, and that's absolutely fine, but I think she has to be in the conversation for best worker in WWE. So I think it'd have to be one of the Japanese girls. I think you'd have to look at an Asuka, who for me, when she came in NXT, I would say her NXT run more than her main roster run. But her NXT run, when, you know, I think injuries have robbed Asuka, and I think actually injuries rob wrestlers of their skills. I think Bayley is not the same performer that she was before her lengthy injury, and even Bayley has actually spoken about that, about how that injury was a lot worse than we actually know it was. You remember, like, she was great during the pandemic and everything, and then she got injured, and she came back at SummerSlam with damage control. That injury was a serious injury, and she's said, I can't do things now that I could have done before because of that injury. I think that injury has changed Bayley. She's still a great performer, and she was still involved in an incredible match at Evolution. So not saying that she's, rubbish now or anything. I'm just saying that I think injuries actually rob wrestlers of some of their skills and diminish some of their performances more than we actually think about. So I think that Bailey has really suffered. I think Seth has really suffered. I don't think Seth is the same wrestler he was going back 4 or 5 years ago. I think that Seth, and who knows what this injury is going to do now. This injury might rob him further, So I think Asuka, for me, when she was in her NXT run, it was exciting. It was ferocious. She had that aura. She was different. She was undefeated. The creative, they fully backed her. We've never quite been able to get that version of Asuka onto the main roster, even though the fans really want it, even though we've brought her back and we changed her face paint and everyone was like, oh my God, Dark Asuka is here. She's more like Kana now. She's more like she was in Japan and all this. And we thought that was going to unlock this amazing run, and it just didn't. And so, I think her run in NXT is about the best I've ever seen. And what Asuka was doing down in NXT, her aura, her presentation, her in-ring skills. Do you know what? There's a takedown that she does, and it sounds stupid to just talk about a takedown, but there's a takedown that she does that floored me. I mean, I was just open-mouthed, the opponent comes off the ropes, the opponent comes towards her, she jumps in the air, grabs the arm, sort of wraps her leg around the arm, twists, takes them down, and within it's like a second, the person has gone from going against the ropes to now being on the floor with Asuka in an armbar. It's like this. It is just like water. It is just so smooth. It is just perfection. It is incredible. Off the ropes, she jumps up, grabs the arm, twists them down, and before it's all done so quick, it's bang, bang, bang on the floor, armbar, and it's like, oh my God. It's stuff like that. You go, that is serious skill. That is serious skill. And she can do so many little things like that in the ring. And I think she's been robbed of that now. I don't think the Asuka we've got now is the same Asuka we had in NXT. So I look at Iyo, I look at Asuka. I think their in-ring abilities are probably amongst the best I've ever seen. I would like to give a shout out to Bull Nakano, though, because Bull Nakano was someone that definitely brought something that I hadn't seen, which was, she had brought a size. If you think about the girls... we were seeing Miss Elizabeth, we were seeing Rockin' Robin, we were seeing Lalani Kai, Wendy Richter, we were seeing Fabulous Moolah, we were seeing Sensational Sherry, maybe Sapphire a little, but no one had the size that Bull Nakano brought in the women's division. She was a big girl, right? And she was like a badass. She had the big blue hair, she had the nunchucks and all this stuff, and she just looked like she had stepped out of a video game, and she was just like, Jesus, what the hell have we got here? And she could do all these moves, man. She was doing these sick kind of stretches and all this sort of real wrestling hold stuff. It wasn't just clothesline, drop kick, pulling of the hair, or these are kind of things you'd seen from the women in the past. This was serious wrestling holds, I think the level of training over in Japan has far exceeded what we've trained the women to over in the West previous. Actually, if you go and look at, is it AJW, All Japan Women, right? That promotion that had Bull Nakano, that had Manami Toyota, of course. It had all these amazing women like Dump Matsumoto and, Jumping Bomb Angels came from over there, the Gal girls, loads of different females over in Japan that were really putting on incredible wrestling in the 80s and the early 90s. And actually putting on wrestling that far exceeded what WWE were doing. Far, like from a technical point of view, far exceeded it. And a lot of people won't know this. A lot of people won't know that there was amazing, incredible, like honestly, some of the greatest matches in the history of wrestling are happening in a women's promotion in Japan in the 80s, in the 90s. And actually, this is where, you know, WWE actually gets some of their women from, you know. We actually see Aja Kong coming over for a little bit. She was meant to get into a feud with Alundra Blaze, but they scrapped the women's division, of course. So I think that Japan has really embraced women's wrestling much earlier than the West, has trained their women to such a high standard. And I think those standards and expectations remain today. So, you know, even Mariah May said, you know, people don't know what I can do because they look at me, they see a blonde girl, but I've been trained in Japan. And it was really interesting to hear Mariah May say that as if like that is still a badge of honor, you know. You don't understand. I've been trained in Japan. Like that is still something that carries value. That is still something that is worth bragging about, you know. It's a bit like saying, oh, where did you go to university? I went to Harvard, right? You know, if you're a female wrestler and you've had some Japanese training, or you've been over in Japan and spent time in Japan, and you've been like trained in Japan, like that is a badge of honor. That does mean something, because I think their training over there, the way that they have kind of invested in women's wrestling, far exceeds what we were doing in the West. I think we're catching up. And I think, you know, the women now get the same opportunities as the guys in NXT. And I think that the West has, you know, kind of closed that gap, certainly. But, yeah, Japan still carries weight if you're a female wrestler. So I don't think it's unfair or stupid or offensive or any of those words to sort of say that I think if you want to talk about who was the best in-ring technical female wrestlers, I don't think it's stupid to automatically look at the Japanese and the people that have come from Japan, because that really is a badge of honor. And genuinely, the stuff I was seeing Asuka do in NXT was the best that I ever saw. And now Dave Meltzer claims that Iyo is the best out of everyone right now on WWE's roster. And he might not be wrong. So, yeah, a good question. A good question. That's, you know, again, my answers are not the answers. My answers are my answers. So I always hope there's others in the chat going, I see what Daze is saying, but I actually think we need to give a nod to Trish. Or I actually think we need to show some love to China, you know, or whatever, you know. I hope that happens. Like, you know, where people are sharing their thoughts at the same time. Because my answer is just my answer. It's not the answer. There is no answer, is there? It's a bit like, what's the best album? There's not really, you know, an answer. But of course, we all know it's Pink Pantheress, actually. Her Heaven Knows is clearly the best album of all time. Right. Luca said, Tiffany needs to drop the title. Her in-ring is good, but the Tiffy time is just getting a bit boring. I hope she drops the title at SummerSlam, says Luca. We did touch on that, yes. We did touch on that. I think Tiffany's a great talent. I think she's someone that struggles with her promos. I think that she is repetitive with Tiffy time. I also do worry a little bit about her in-ring from the point of view that when she hits a move, oh my God, she hits it. I like to see moves really stuck in, you know. I've said before, I'll watch the gymnastic stuff. I do find that it gets in the way sometimes. You know, sometimes in NXT, you watch people do a cartwheel, land on their feet, and then there's a pause, and then they, like, do a clothesline. And it's like, why didn't you just do the clothesline? The cartwheel before achieved nothing. Like, it didn't give you extra momentum. You actually paused for a second before you hit the clothesline. Like, really, if you're going to do the cartwheel should sling you into the clothesline, you know? It should be a case that you do that and immediately go into it. It would be to give you momentum. But, I mean, sometimes the gymnastics are just there for nothing but show. And, you know, for me, it's okay, that's great, lovely, but what's the end result? What's the final impact, yeah? And I like to see someone get laid in, yeah? I mean, the art of wrestling is that, you know, you can believe that what you're watching is real. And that, you know, it's not stupid to believe that because that's the quality of the work. The thing with Tiffany is, I think what she does is real, right? I was watching her Evolution match, and there's about 3 or 4 big moves that she does that, oh my God, I have no doubt whatsoever they hurt. No doubt whatsoever. I mean, she did a swanton bomb where if you actually wanted to drop your weight onto your opponent for real, I don't think you could have done it any better than what she did. Like, it looked brutal. If it turned out that the person that took it didn't really feel anything, I honestly would say that she's one of the greatest in-ring performers I've ever seen, because her moves look so horrific, like they hurt so bad that if it actually turned out they didn't, I'd be like, you know what? Wow, I'm just stunned. Because it's incredible. I see her doing drop kicks in the corner. Like, she'll run over and be like, bah, like that, and she'll be chucking them in. I'm like, whoa. There was a swanton that she did as well, and like, she really connected with it, and I was like, ah. There was about 3 or 4 moves. I was like, oh my God, I think we're actually trying to murder Trish here. I think we're actually trying to put this girl into retirement, you know? So I've just got a little concern that, you know, she's going to injure someone. She's going to actually hurt someone, because, like, these moves, they just look savage. But if it turns out that they're fine and they're actually okay, I mean, obviously, I don't know how they feel to take, but they look brutal. You know, perhaps they're great. Perhaps she's doing them perfect. But they look like they hurt to me. They look like she really connects and really comes through. So, I don't know. I've got a little bit of concern that she might. I wouldn't be shocked if, like, you know, she ends up actually injuring someone. And then, you know, you don't want that reputation. Wrestling fans are not very forgiving with that sort of stuff, to be honest. You know, Nia kind of got that badge, didn't she, that she hurts wrestlers because, you know, she'd be chucking people around and they'd end up getting hurt and injured. And she kind of got that label that she injured girls. And, you know, once you get that label, it's a hard label to shake. The IWC don't really let that go. I don't know why. I don't, like, you know, the IWC will criticize a lot of stuff. But they'll also, you know, overlook a few bits and bobs. But when it comes to injuring other wrestlers, they don't, there's no messing around with that. I think it's probably because it's serious, isn't it? I mean, you can end people's careers and lives if you injure someone. So I've just got a little concern with that at the moment after, you know, seeing what I saw at Evolution. But having seen her previous as well, she's done this for a long time where she, like, really lays it in. I'm really split on it because it looks great. So in one regard, it's like, oh God, you know, you watch something, you're like, oh my God, oh Jesus, because it looks so good. But then equally, if she gets that reputation of injuring girls, that's a hard badge to shake, mate. That is a hard badge to shake off. So a little bit of concern there. I agree. I also think Tiffy time is way too used, way too repetitive, and. You know, I've kind of got to the point where I'm like, okay, I don't mind hearing it, like, once, you know, I understand she's got to say it at least once that she's out there, but I feel like she shouts it before she hits her finisher. I feel like she's shouting it as she's making her way to the ring. I feel like she's shouting it when she's celebrating. It's like she's got nothing else to say. It's just literally, what time is it? It's Tiffy time. Like, that's it, really. So, I agree, but... And her promos as well, I think, needs a little bit of work. I mean, her promo sections that she did, segments with Trish, there was a nice line in there about the VHS tape thing, but those were pretty boring segments, weren't they? Both of those segments building towards this match were pretty dull. So there's a little concern there as well. So we did actually talk about Tiffany, and there's a few concerns that are starting to show themselves. But she's still a great talent. She's still really young, and has only been doing this for a short time. So it's again one of those where you go, yeah, it's probably not going to be perfect, is it? And actually, maybe WWE know that she's a bit of a rough diamond, and maybe that's it. Maybe that's it. Maybe the truth is she's a rough diamond. There's a diamond there. There's a performer there that in a few years' time is going to be much more, refined. But just right now, it's got a few rough edges, which, considering how long she's been doing this, is probably very understandable. Ravster said, "Is this your full-time job?" Says Ravster. It is now, bud. Yes, I used to work for 15 years in retail, and mate, I worked my nuts off. I quit university because I hated it. I really did not enjoy it, and I had to get a job. And so I got a job in retail just as a Christmas colleague. I just joined as a temporary colleague for Christmas, but I knew they had a few jobs going after Christmas, so I just worked my nuts off, and I managed to get one of those jobs, like a permanent job. Amazing. But I continue. Obviously, the thing is, if you work hard over Christmas, like, working through your lunch, sticking around hours after your shift is end, not being paid, just sticking around hours after, and doing that day after day after day, like, do you need me to come in on my day off type thing? What do you need? I'll get that stock out, I'll jump on the till for an hour. I mean, these things are obviously so appreciated by the manager. I mean, when it comes to retail, everyone's got tight head counts. Everyone's only got so many hours they can pay. If you've got someone going, "Oh, listen, I'll do the till for an hour. You don't need to pay me." You just don't get that, right? You just don't get that. Doesn't happen. So I was doing that, and I was but I was loving it. It was not a problem. I had actually found something I really enjoyed. I mean, I was putting CDs out, and I was talking to customers, and I had colleagues, and I was part of a team. I loved it. I just loved it. I was happy to stay. Honestly, I loved it. So it was no drama. There was no hardship. And obviously I wanted the job. But then after Christmas, the thing is, if you do all that, I didn't want to be a douche and go, right, I'm just doing my hours now. That's not really me. So I just kept sort of doing what I'd been doing, really. And then obviously, the more you do that, the more you stand out, the more doors kind of open. And so my manager ended up getting promoted and going to Birmingham. And one of the first things he did was he was like, "I want you to come with me." He's like, "I'm going to give you a section to run in Birmingham, and I want you to come and work with me because I know I can rely on you. I know you're a hard worker and all that." And I was like, "Oh my god," you know what I mean? Oh my god, I'll get my own section to manage. I get and he was like, yeah, you can have your own section to manage. And you can buy the stock for it, set the displays up you want to set up, and I was like, oh my god. So I was like, this is the greatest thing in the world. So 15 years I was with that company, working in loads of different stores all over the country, putting in and of course it's like when you just put that work in, don't you? I'm sure I'm preaching to the converted. I'm sure you lot are in that similar boat. You get out what you put in type situation. But I mean, when I started doing this on the side, obviously it was kind of growing, whatever. And it got to the point where it's I just don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I loved my job. I loved working in retail. But it's if I give all my time to this, where do we go? What does this do? I wanted to watch the shows. I wanted to talk more about this. I wanted to do videos. I wanted to do more toy hunts. I wanted the freedom to explore what this could be, So it's I took that risk back in 2018. And obviously now we've been doing it 7 years. I can say that from a financial point of view, I think I actually would have been better off staying in retail. Genuinely, I think obviously you hear about Penta pay rises. You know, you hear about people getting pay rises and that the average wage is going up and all that sort of stuff. That doesn't affect the channel, does it? Because, you know, we literally just get paid from, you know, YouTube. So it's like any pay rise that's happening in the outside world doesn't impact me. But if I'd stayed in retail, it would have impacted me. I would have felt the difference. And the other thing as well is, of course, you get like so many days paid holiday, which you don't get when you do this as well. Like there is lots of stuff that you don't really think about when you sort of leave the working world to do something like this. But I'm not complaining, because this was never a decision about money. It was never a decision about, oh, is this going to make me rich or something like that. It was more a decision of, oh God, I would love to be able to do more of this. I would love to dig into this. And so that's what we've done. So no regrets. Absolutely none. No regrets whatsoever. But God, I did love that job. I did love that job. If this goes belly up, I've got no concerns, because I'll just go back. Even if I have to flip in, just start again as a Christmas temp and just, you know, go back to stocking shelves. And the only problem I've got is flipping CD shops and DVD shops and entertainment. They don't really exist so much anymore. That's my problem. I don't want to go back to selling clothes. I ain't interested in that. But like going and selling, like being around like music lovers. And the great thing about working in that store as well is when the DVDs and Blu-rays for wrestling came out, I was right there. I'd put them aside, you know. So I mean, you know, I got to, you know, see like the wrestling DVDs and all that, and sometimes there'd be promotions and there'd be like the wrestling stuff on sale, and bits and bobs. I've told the story as well that when I worked in Birmingham, we had Amy Winehouse come to the shop, and I was behind the counter. It was when her first album came out, Frank. I was behind the counter selling the album so that people could get it signed. She was kind of sat down there. I was behind the till and I was selling the album, and they would then get it signed. And at the end of it, like everyone had gone and the shop was closed, and her manager was like, give me a sec, I'll just go and get the car, right, we're done. And she was like, okay. He went to get the car, and I'm literally on the floor, right, on the ground floor of the shop behind the counter with Amy Winehouse sat there, and I just tidy up. I don't say a word to her. I could have said anything to her. She wasn't listening to music or she wasn't chatting. There was no one else around. It was literally me and Amy Winehouse, and that was it. And I could have said anything. I could have said, could I get a picture? I could have said, could I get an autograph? I could have said, oh, I love your album, Frank. Absolutely brilliant. What was the inspiration? I could have said anything, but I said nothing. I said no. I said nothing more out of respect, really, because I was like, I don't want to, like, you know, I don't want to make her angry or anything. I don't want her shouting at me. I don't think she would have. She seemed like a lovely person, but I was just like, I'm gonna leave her to it, kind of a thing, you know. So I did. But it's like, you know, I had those kinds of experiences. You know, now I'd probably say something, of course, but I didn't then. But, yeah, God, I don't get that now. Mainly because she's dead. But I did love it. I'd happily go back to it. Right, we've got 12 seconds to go. Cleveland Brown said Jim Cornette will disagree with the Japanese women's thing. Oh, yeah, definitely. I've said before, I disagree with Jim on his women's wrestling opinions. I don't mind Jim Cornette. I like Jim Cornette. I do listen to... I used to listen to his podcast. I don't really get a chance so much to listen to all of it, but I do check out clips about little things in particular. I mean, he knows his stuff, man. As a wrestling historian, he's about as good as there is. I mean, he knows his stuff, doesn't he? So you got to respect that. Got to respect that. But when it comes to his opinions, it's one thing to have knowledge and know what has happened. But when it comes to opinions, you know, obviously there's going to be some you agree with, some that you don't. Just like on this channel, I'm sure there's some that you agree with and some that you don't. So I don't agree with his views on women's wrestling or, you know, women's Japanese wrestling. Like he's not partial to that. But that's fine. That's his prerogative. Right, we are about to begin with Raw. Then, now, forever together. Let's go, kings and queens. Let's go. What a show, man. What a flipping show. They're obviously having to... There's a lot they need to cover, isn't there? Because they need to talk about Saturday night's main event, but they need to talk about Evolution as well. Right. Tony said the closest you're going to get to a bathroom match is if you're on the Shizzer watching the telly bus. Move along with it, women 7553. I feel like I've walked in to a personal conversation there. There we go. Jelly Roll was murked. The women of WWE are ready. Do you know what I would love to see? I would love to see men's Evolution, right? I'd love to see a men's Evolution where we literally just do an all-men show, right? But an all-men show where we try to actually outdo what the women just did. That's what I would like to see. Because I'd like to know if they could do it. I'd like to know if the men could do it. I would like to know what matches that you'd be able to put together where the men could, like, put a show on. I mean, like, how do you beat Evolution? How do you actually put on a show that's as good as, if not better than, what we just saw there? I don't know. I mean, it's a hell of a challenge, isn't it? It'd be a hell of a challenge. You'd have to get people like the Young OG. You'd have to get, like, Javon, who can do some really impressive stuff. You'd have to get, like, Fraxium in a match, because Fraxium in a tag match would be amazing. Javon, amazing. Gunther, Ilya would be amazing. Maybe Roman closing out the show in a big match. I think you could do it. Of course you could do it, but it'd be a fun challenge. It'd be a fun challenge whereby, you know, the challenge is at the end of this show, you've got to put on a show that is regarded as better than what the women did at Evolution. Right, we just got Goldberg's retirement. I am so behind with Super Chats. Right, Kian said it's going to be clobbering time next Friday, says Kian. It's going to be clobbering time next Friday. What's happening next Friday? Kian, what's happening next Friday? We got SmackDown. What's on SmackDown? For Bray, Twisted Bliss. Shout out to you, my friends. Matt Carney said, we all need family. Can wrestlers falsely see WWE as family, only to be starkly reminded that it's a business and that they are expendable? Definitely. Definitely. I mean, you hear about the wrestling family, don't you? You hear about the wrestling family. So, yeah, I think you absolutely can have a false kind of sense of... I think you can have a false sense of wrestling family. It is... this is like loud in my ears. It is a real shame that you do have that sort of false sense of family, but it is also something that I think has helped wrestlers in the past because they've been on the road so much, you know? When you're on the road as much as you are and you're away from your family, you go for drinks, don't you? And you socialise, and it is a way of feeling like a camaraderie. So that, in a way, does become a family. It can never replace your family, but it becomes a family of sorts, you know? Here is Gunther. Right. Wrestling Russ, shout out to you, said, let's go. Peace and love to all of you. I say we have a ladder match for Seth's briefcase if he is out for a long time. Prayers for Seth. Wrestling Russ, shout out to you. Okay, Paul Heyman will have an update on Seth's health coming up later. Paul Heyman is here with Seth's briefcase. So there is going to be an update. Let's see what gets said. Right now, we've just got a drone that is flying its way into the arena. And we've gone from outside the building into the arena. We know that we've got a gauntlet match tonight. Look at these scenes. Crowd are ready. It's a packed house. And it looks like we are starting with Naomi. Let's go. Let's flipping go. Starting the show with Naomi. Right, Naomi coming out. You deserve it. You deserve it. You deserve it. Do you know what'd be really good? Naomi's making her way down and she's wearing ring gear that's got like newspaper print on it. But could you imagine if her ring gear was made up of tweets that were like saying horrible things about her, like negative things about her? You're never going to be champion. You're never going to make it. You're washed up, you know. I mean, those kind of tweets exist. Trolls and haters exist. But could you imagine if she was like wearing all that and she's got the belt around her waist? I did wonder if it was something like that when she came out. But it's all like, it looks like it's newspaper print type stuff. Oh, look at that. Listen, there are haters in the world, but they ain't in this arena. And they ain't speaking into this microphone either because she does deserve it. Oh. Oh. Okay. She doesn't want to hear it. You weren't feeling the glow, but you're feeling me now. That is true. At SummerSlam. Respect. Respect. Ain't no one know her next move. She said she's done with SmackDown. I didn't betray you. I outgrew you. Wow. You didn't want me to succeed. Crowd are watting her. Who got the upper hand now? I can't even say that word. That's a naughty word. You might have got your lick back, Jade, but I made history. Yeah, so it looks like she's on Raw now. Did you call them raggedy heifers? I advise you, proceed with caution. Ah, here comes Rhea Ripley. Do you know what? I'd imagine a lot of people right now are like, oh my God. It reminds me of that girl that I saw that sent in a TikTok and she was like, it's always Rhea, 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 Rhea. Well, guess what's happened? Guess who's come out? Guess who's emerged? But it makes sense. Rhea Ripley was involved in the flipping match where she was about to win this flipping belt, or potentially about to win this flipping belt. But is this going to be like the next feud? Is this going to be SummerSlam? Is it going to be a case that we do Rhea Naomi? Rhea is obviously going to want to stay around the title. She's not going to want to move away from the title. Let's see, shall we? Rhea Ripley, obviously not going to be thrilled. Right, your tribal chief said QR code down around the vagine area on Naomi. Oh, is there? Oh my God, I'll have a look. I'll try and scan it. But God, that would be so wild from the Wyatt Six, wouldn't it? If they have put a QR code on the vagine area of Naomi. Wow. I mean, in all fairness, we have spoke about, wasn't it Plato's cave? Maybe now we're going to explore Naomi's cave. Right. All because of you. Congratulations. You've just made it onto my list. Oh my God, Rhea Ripley's got a list. Here comes Iyo. That's a different look for Iyo, isn't it? We've got casual Iyo. Oh my God. I'm so into casual Iyo. Casual Iyo making her way down to the ring. Naomi, Rhea, Iyo, all in the ring. Iyo giving a bit of a moody look over at Rhea and at Naomi. Iyo chants. Iyo chants. Rhea. With respect. Get in line. With respect. Get in line. I'm going to get back my title from you, says Iyo. I don't know what you just said. So Naomi says, I don't know what you just said, but you can get your asses to the back of the line. Way to the back. Way back. The back. Yeah, okay, we do need some order here. Ladies. Adam Pearce is here. Wrestling fan said Iyo's English has gotten so good. Naomi is crazy. Okay, what we did. First things first. Welcome to Monday Night Raw. So Naomi is here on Monday Night Raw. There we go. I like Naomi on Monday, actually. That match you had at Evolution was magic, says Adam Pierce. Okay. We need to go bigger. What you got, Adam? Okay. Iyo versus Rhea versus Naomi. So that's the match for SummerSlam. I mean, it makes sense. It makes sense. It gets all the women onto the card. All three deserve to be at SummerSlam, so it makes sense. I did wonder if they might have done Rhea, Iyo winner faces Naomi, but it's the triple threat that's been announced. And I don't think anyone's going to be down on that because Iyo and Rhea obviously just put on a classic. And Naomi obviously stole that away from them both. So the triple threat, it makes sense. Chelsea Green against Nikki Bella coming up tonight. Definitely want to see something coming out of that. Definitely want to see something coming out of that. Tonight, 2 out of 3 falls match. Winner faces Becky for the Intercontinental Championship. Wow, it's Bayley against Lyra. 2 out of 3 falls tonight. That's good. Okay, we're backstage with the Judgment Day. JD. Dominic. Oh, yeah, this was good last week. Who's he making a match with? Oh. How about escorting the ladies to ringside tonight, says... I was looking in the background to see if he was making something interesting. But he didn't. He just made Raquel and Roxanne against Kabuki Warriors. For Liv. We got to do this for Liv. For Liv. Okay. Here's Kabuki Warriors. Kabuki Warriors making their way down to the ring. This is going to be match number 1. Camden, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support. Camden said, Daze, do we think WWE has got a Jey Uso problem? Seems like WWE doesn't know what to do with him in the main event picture, but his merch sales and his crowd connection keeps him in the main event. Do we see a character change in Jey soon or no? I don't think there'll be a character change because, as you said, what they're doing is working. So I don't think we need a character change. But what we do need is we do need some interesting creative. I think Jey is good on the microphone. I think he cuts very passionate promos. I think that he does stumble a few times. He does get a little lost on occasion, but he is also very good when he's in the flow and he's got like his delivery going and everything. He was always good with Jimmy and the Usos when they were like, you know, going like taking a line each, like doing a bit of a promo on a tag team. So I think in regards to Jey, there is a problem in the sense of I don't know that him as a singles wrestler backs up the level of support that he gets. You know, his match quality has been questioned, and I don't know that those questions have really been answered with him as a singles guy. You can kind of look back at, I could call up Cage Match now, and we could go through all of his singles matches. And I don't think there's anything there that's going to really shine. It's all, you know, middle of the road type stuff. Promos, as I said, I actually think when he's cutting his promo, his delivery is quite good. He's obviously got a good relationship with the crowd, which helps. And the crowd will back him up with yeets and all that sort of stuff. And but he does get lost sometimes. He's not a perfect promo. There's occasion where he'll slip up on his words, stumble, or he'll get a little lost. But by and large, you know, he's not useless. He's not a disaster on the microphone. But I just think it's creative. If you look at like when they did that story with Gunther and Jimmy got messed up and Jay was handcuffed to the ropes and he was like seething and he was desperate to try and help his brother, like, you know, stuff like that was really compelling. Stuff like that was really good. But I just don't think the creative was really there. I mean, his run after WrestleMania was atrocious. I mean, after WrestleMania, he has a tag match. And then I think, doesn't he lose the title in like his first title defense? I think in his very first title defense, he loses the championship. So, I mean, I think that with Jay, you don't really need to do a massive change of character when what we've got is, you know, working. The entrance, the yeeting, the crowd reaction, all that sort of stuff, it's working. You've just got to get him into some really compelling stories. You've just got to get him involved in some stuff that, you know, people really care about. And I don't know if you would put some people around him as well. I don't know if him just standing completely on his own is a little bit of a problem. Because I think he always works best if he's got someone to sort of bounce off. And sort of like be around. I'm not saying like put him in a tag team, because obviously if he was going to do that, you'd just put him back with Jimmy. I certainly don't think a tag team's the right way forward, but I wonder if there was a little group. I wonder if there was like him and Sammy and someone else and, you know, something along those lines, and there could be some backstage moments. I always feel like when he's bouncing off someone or, you know, someone says something and he has to react to it, that's missing at the moment. Him just being out on his own, he hasn't really got anything to bounce off or react to or anything like that. And so you're kind of missing all of that stuff. I mean, he was great in Judgment Day because he would react to what Sammy would say. And he would, he'd bounce off of the other members in Judgment Day. So maybe if there was a way of building something around him, it might be of use, of help. But yeah, I think you're right. I think there is a little bit of a conundrum there. I don't think it's anything massive. I don't think it's anything drastic. I don't think it's like, oh my God, is this guy going to make it? Should we just put him in a tag team again? I don't feel like at that level. There's clearly something there with him as a singles. I mean, they managed to get him to a world title, even if it was very short. He's definitely got his fans, and they're younger fans as well. It's always good when you've got the kids caring about someone, because those kids grow up to be the fans of tomorrow. So normally what you find is that the old boomers are like quite down on, like, you know, certain things. You know, Bruno Sammartino hated what WWE had become in the 90s. Hated it. Like, really couldn't stand it. Hated the Attitude Era and all of that stuff. Like, really was on TV speaking out about it. And you hear Undertaker moaning about, like, all the gymnastics and stuff in wrestling these days. Like, and you hear, like, you know, Jim Cornette being down on modern wrestling and people going off on... It's just... I think it's just true that you fall in love with the wrestling of your time. And as time goes by, things change and they evolve, and your tastes don't necessarily change and evolve with them. So it means that you kind of look back on your time period as being the best. Like, I still look back at golden era and kind of early 90s as being my favorite periods, because that's when I first got into it, and that's when I first fell in love with it, and that was obviously a very intense emotion. And just think of the kids that are falling in love with Jay now. To them, Jay is a god. Do you know what I mean? Like, to them, Jay is everything. So, you know, they'll go to bat for him. So if you can get the kids, like, that's obviously a really good demo to get, because they will stick with you, ideally, as, you know, they continue to grow up and become adults, and, you know, you might have fans for life. Over in the corner goes Roxanne. We are underway. So there's something there for Jay. I wouldn't abandon it. But maybe it wouldn't hurt if he just had a little juicy feud away from titles. Nice elbow there by Kyrie. So Dominic is out there with the Judgment Day. He's got the Intercontinental Championship around his waist. Val Therial said, Finn's demon on container. Please call me Val. It's easier. Okay, Val. Val, shout out to you. Yeah, the demon Finn, I think it's been in the background of the Judgment Day for like months and months. It's I think really the stuff that they decorate the clubhouse with is really just stuff to do with their past, and it represents them, you know. You know, like Dominic, there was a Rey Mysterio figure that said, I'm a deadbeat dad. Double arm bars by Kabuki Warriors, but I don't think these girls are going to be giving up at this stage. Raquel picking up Kyrie, slamming her down on Asuka. Breaking that hold. Kyrie is still up and goes against the ropes. Down goes Kyrie. Raquel in the ring. There we've got Dominic on the outside, applauding, enjoying what he's seeing at the moment. Raquel dominating this match. So, yeah, I think the stuff in the clubhouse is more representative of who they are, where they've been, more so than clues as to where we're going. But I think there's a chance that we do see Demon again, Demon Finn. I can't imagine that it's done and gone forever. Jungle Love said, Roxanne coming in is like when Van Halen brought in Sammy Hagar. The band still sounded awesome, but not the same, said Jungle Love. Jessica said, I think Liv will do better without Judgment Day when she returns. She has earned a lot of fans' love and respect. Maggie, shout out to you. Is Dom obviously going to try and get involved and then AJ come out, says Maka Rice. Well, I certainly am expecting AJ to come out. Whether Dom gets involved, I would imagine... I don't know how, actually. I don't know if I can see him tripping over girls. I mean, maybe he distracts the ref. Maybe he distracts the ref, which allows Raquel, Roxanne to double team. Maybe then we bring out AJ. AJ getting involved feels pretty guaranteed, doesn't it? I agree. Hopefully, whatever injury Dominic's got is sorted by the time we get to SummerSlam, because we need to get this Intercontinental Championship defended. AJ Styles against Dominic, I'm not down on that. That could be okay. Dominic put on a great match against his dad at WrestleMania. You know, hopefully we could do a really interesting big Dominic entrance. Him coming out in that police van. I love that entrance for Dominic. That was brilliant. I still feel like that was Dominic really probably at his most engaging. I don't like the whole him pretending he was locked up and all that sort of stuff for a long time when he spent like a night in prison, in jail. I don't know that we've really kind of followed it up with much since then, apart from obviously the Liv Mommy stuff with the whole him and Rhea and breaking up and him getting with Liv. But yeah, it just feels a little like right now there's not really much going on for him. He's got the IC title. That was obviously very well received at WrestleMania. But ain't done much since WrestleMania, have we? It's been a good few months. So hopefully, let's get him in a match at SummerSlam, defending that title, and hopefully putting on a really good match, give him a big entrance, give him a good build, tell some sort of story. Kyrie saying, getting chucked down. I have such a sore tummy, says Leanne, tonight. I am giving the wrestling the midnight munches a miss. I probably had too much food goodies over a hectic wrestling weekend, says Leanne. Well, Leanne, I hope you feel better soon, my friend. I think we've all been there where we've overindulged and then you pay the price after. Right now, we've got Kairi trying to make the tag there to Asuka. We are back from commercial break. Asuka on the outside. Tag made. In comes Asuka. Duck underneath. Quick strikes coming in there by Asuka. Grabbing Roxanne. Against the ropes. Reversed. Asuka with a hip attack. Down goes Raquel. Asuka again against the ropes. Shoulder barge. Down goes Roxanne. Asuka in the ring. Different look again for Asuka here. Very different. I wonder why she was wearing that gear at Evolution. I wonder what that was about. I'd love to know what the thought process was. Because it was such a different look for Asuka, her Evolution gear. And now we've gone back to a more traditional Asuka look. Kick out there by Roxanne. Asuka in there, back up on her feet. Very much in control as Raquel is down on the outside. Roxanne on her own for a while as the tag is made. Asuka with her arm in the air. Reversed by Roxanne. Boom! Big shot. 1, 2. Double axe handle there by Raquel. And we've got Asuka. Asuka against the ropes. Raquel, top rope pulled down as Raquel goes to the outsides. Asuka steps to the outsides. Tag being made. Asuka again coming into the ring. So very much Kabuki Warriors in control at the moment. Asuka goes into the corner. Roxanne charges him. Phoenix said, you love to see Finn win as the Kabuki Warriors backstage. If you're going to play video games of a match, I want to see the result, said the Phoenix. Right now, Dominic, I think, distract him. I think we do have a distraction. Dominic distracting the referee. Kairi would have got the pin. Referee does come over. Here's the count, and Raquel makes the save. Grabbing a hold of Kairi, driving Kairi into the barricades. Kairi going back into the ring. Asuka on the outside, charging over, gets picked up. And right now it's Raquel that goes into the ring posts. So Dominic on the outside, providing the distraction. The question is going to be, will AJ Styles come down and deal with Dominic? Because Dominic proving to be a factor in this match. Missile drop kick there by Asuka. Roxanne down. Roxanne getting back up to her feet. Spinning back elbow, spinning back fist, kick to the midsection. Another quick strike. Really great work there by Asuka. Yeah, Michael Cole says so effective. Into a German. Roxanne down. As Asuka looks over to the crowd. Dominic again. Again on the outside of the ring. AJ, where are you? No! We don't need him! We don't need him! Asuka deals with Dominic! But the Judgment Day still secure the win. It was worth it, though. It was worth it. Seeing Asuka absolutely wallop Dominic. Fight or flight. Michael Cole's like, for someone that's claiming to be hurt. Dominic's running around on the outside getting involved a lot. And Corey was like, well, it's fight or flight, Michael. Oh, yeah, it's Corey again. Oh, God. I thought I was enjoying commentary a bit too much. Right. Best ever says, whoa. Here we go. What's the update? Yeah, here we go. Here's the results. He doesn't have the information. Okay. Yeah. Okay. That's actually a big update. Paul Heyman says he's got till next June. So until we're kind of crashing into that date, we don't need to worry about like the Money in the Bank situation. So I feel like that's WWE's way of saying we're not taking this off Seth. Okay, so Heyman is now talking about the Gauntlet match, but I actually think that's a really interesting update in regards to Seth. It's kind of like not an update, but it is a little update. Heyman really suggesting they're not going to do anything with Money in the Bank. Not unless they find out that Seth's out for a long time. Intense. What an intense young man. What a very intense young man. Right, there we go. We've gone to commercial break. CM Punk in the Gauntlet. CM Punk is in the Gauntlet. He is gauntleting. He is gauntleting. A Knight. Yeah. Here's LA Knight with Byron. Some of you won't be seeing this because you don't deserve to see this. Apologies if I'm not my usual self, says Leanne. I overindulged. Oh, Leanne. Yeah, Leanne's going through it, guys. I came out with the dub, says LA Knight. Oh, yeah, we do need a poll. Here's me just sitting here chatting away, being a chatterbox. We need polls. Oh, he's wishing him a speedy recovery. Oh, my God. LA Knight wishes Seth a speedy recovery. Oh. I said I want to hurt you. I didn't get a chance to hurt you because you hurt your damn self. I want you to come back so I can hurt you the right way, says LA Knight. Yeah. That's good. So he's talking about the Gauntlet match now. Cox Live said, Daze, I love you so much. Oh my God, Cox Live, that's the life I love. You inspire me so much, especially in struggling times. Shout out to you, my friends. Shout out to you. All we do is talk wrestling. That's all we do. But we do it so well. Oh my God, we're so good at it, aren't we? This community. I really enjoyed the opinions video. There was some really interesting thoughts. I thought it was a really good one. That's why I wanted to make sure I got through all like 70 comments. So yeah, it was good. Obviously, we do that for Raw, for SmackDown. So if you want to get your thoughts across, jump over to my X account after Raw, and I'll be putting up a feedback request thing, and we'll get that sorted. We do that for every Raw, NXT, and SmackDown for those that are new round here. Right. So that was LA Knight saying a few words. Corey said, I would really love to see Bron win the Gauntlet and then Seth cash in at SummerSlam. We already saw where there could be a problem between Bron and Seth last week. That's true. He did kind of snatch the spotlight a little bit. Leanne said, the young lad behind Byron looked nervous. Oh, I was not really paying attention. I was not really paying attention. Right, we are just seeing Birmingham, and to be honest, it looks pretty awful. I mean, if that's the best that they can show us, there can't be much going on there. So if you are from Birmingham, I'm very sorry. We've got a Birmingham here as well that sucks. Right, here we've got Miz and... I think that's Big Cass, isn't it? Isn't that Big Cass with long hair? Oh my god, it's so great to see Big Cass looking after himself. What, there was girls in bikinis? The hell? Well, there we go. The Miz getting laid out. That's the only way The Miz gets on WWE TV these days. Here's Lyra. Jackie and Lyra. How much of this is personal? How much of this is about the title? This match. This is going to put the Bayley talk to bed. We're putting Bayley to bed. Next. Oh, what's this? Who are you? Oh, there's Bayley. Whoever loses tonight goes to the back of the line, says Bayley. I need this. I'll see you out there. Oh. Maybe what's best for you is to stay out of my way. Attitude. We've got some attitudes. Role model. Here is Bayley. Bayley making her way down to the ring. Right, we need to jot down match scores, don't we? We're not messing around today. Oh, they were already 42 minutes in. Where's that gone? Where's the 42 minutes gone? 42 minutes? Blimey hell. Kabuki versus Raquel and Roxanne. God damn, Jackie Redmond is fine, said Donald. We need a selfish Bayley, said Nita Nitro. Austin said, honestly, this could be Candice versus Bayley, and then Candice wins and dethrones Becky. I should be booking WWE, said Austin 316. Dance Lucha Lala, shout out to you. Lyra is still getting no respect, said Zoom Station. But, woo! 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 Here comes Lyra. I like that when she comes out on Raw, she doesn't have the wings. I like that. It means that when she's got the wings, it feels special. Lyra making her way down to the ring. She feels like a pretty big deal to me, Lyra. Woo! The crowd do love doing those woos. This could have gone on at Evolution as 2 out of 3 falls Lyra Bayley match. This is our second match and it's another ladies match. I wonder if I'll ever watch the guys wrestle ever again. I don't remember what it's like watching guys wrestle. I saw all women yesterday and so far today I'm nearly an hour in and I've watched all girls again. And you know what? I'm all right with it. I'm all right with it. You get no complaints out of me. But they like doing any woos, said Cleveland Brown. That is true, actually. They'll love any woo. Joe, shout out to you, my friends. Said, I listened to Unseen today whilst I was getting an MRI. Oh, really? I hope that went well, buds. I've got a tumour, most likely benign, on my left testicle. It's not at work. Well, the ultrasound last week thinks it's benign. Hopefully the MRI will verify. IV broke and blood squirted, but I'm okay. Oh my God, Joe. You've been through it today, ain't you, mate? Blimey now. Well, yeah, I mean, let us know, obviously, when that news comes back. But, of course, you know, wishing you all the very, very best with that. But, God, that's the kind of stuff you just don't... It just makes... You just don't realise what people are going through, do you? You know? When you're going with your own, like, going through your own life and everything, and you got people like Joe having to go through stuff like that, so... I hope it all obviously comes through good for you, buds. And I hope that you can flipping move on from it as well. You don't want that. Keep having to do that stuff, do you? Bailey getting the first fall as we just go to commercial break. This, of course, a best out of 3 falls match. And we've just gone to commercial. Bailey able to just steal that first fall. So she just managed to get that in just before the commercial break. Lyra pacing back and forth, very angry. Michael Cole said this is almost desperation time for Bailey. Crowd are chanting for Bailey, and she's still got her fans. Lyra looking out at the crowds. Bailey back in the ring. These two circling rounds. Joe said, still went to the gym right after. I'm tough. Jesus. I tell you what, even if you hadn't been through what you've been through, I still respect anyone that goes to the gym. I dream of having the ambition and the ability to do that. I'd love to find the motivation to go to the gym. Had you only achieved that today, I would have had respect for you, but to do it on top of what you've been through, extra level respect, next level respect. Right now, Bailey grabbing a hold of a front face lock on Lyra. Leanne said, I'm sending healing to Joe. I'm sending it your way. We wish you nothing but a speedy recovery. Daze, read James Chadwick's comments. James said, Daze, TNA has just opened up more seats for Slammiversary because it's sold out for a 3rd time. Love seeing them selling out these shows. Really? Well, it seems like it's working. It seems like it's grabbed people's attention. Sold out for a 3rd time. Listen, I don't think anyone's saying it. I think people have sort of said it at times in the past, but I don't think there can be any doubt now that this relationship with WWE and NXT is not helping TNA, you know? It is clearly not hurting them. So, yeah, brilliant. Bailey grabbing Lyra, smashing her into the corner. William said, I'm sending my penis to help Daze relax and just enjoy the little wins that life gives us. William, shout out to you, my friends. Shout out to you. Right now, we got kicks by Bailey. I can lift 50 kg, said Zach, at the gym, and also go to the gym and to see girls do their workouts. That sounds a bit pervy, Zach. Zach, the 50 kg thing was impressive, but then when you was like, and I also go to watch the girls, I watch them, they do their workouts as well. I love it when they do the squats. And if I put a towel over my head, sometimes I can get into the changing rooms as well. That's how it came across, though. Probably wasn't meant that way. But that's how I took it. But the 50 kg thing is... the 50 kg thing's impressive. The perving on the girls, not so much. Kicks coming in there by Lyra. Down goes Bailey. Lyra grabbing a hold of Bailey, going over to the corner. Tried for a tornado DDT, but ended up with no DDT. No tornado either. Drop. Oh my God, Bailey hit that turnbuckle hard. Right now, Lyra going over, looking for... yeah, God, they do roll those DVDs? DDTs. Fisherman, bridge, but shoulder up there by Bayley. I think Bayley was caught off guard with that pin for a second there. There was just this moment where it was like 1, 2, and Bayley was like, oh my God. I kind of felt like she didn't quite even realise she was being pinned. Yeah, the way they do DDTs now is they do them and they sort of roll them. I hate them. Jake the Snake will be turning in his grave. That's a joke, by the way. Jake the Snake's not really dead. Did you know Jake's still alive? Yes, I did. Right now we've got Bayley throwing Lyra into the corner. Lyra goes down. Daze has hole right in the middle of the peanut butter, and it is not from a spoon, says Corey. This is something that our community is really fixated on, isn't it? I've never even heard of such a thing. But then I've never regularly purchased peanut butter, so perhaps this is something you lot did as, you know, throughout your life that I've just missed out on. Bayley going against the ropes and kind of cross-body in the back of Lyra. Lyra trying to get over to the ropes. If you are just joining us, this is match number 2. It's a 2 out of 3 falls match. Bayley is at 1 fall. It would be nice to kind of have some sort of graphic telling us that on screen, considering there is like a bit of a stipulation here. And if you do just turn this on, you're going to get a bit confused. When someone gets a pin, certainly if Lyra gets the next pin and the match doesn't end. Kick coming in there by Lyra, and again, kicking out at Bayley. Bayley goes down, rolls to the outsides. Bayley on the outside, Lyra getting back up to her feet, looking to go against the ropes. Through the ropes, down goes Bayley. Down goes Bayley. Lyra on the outsides. Fired up, mate. Look at her. Jesus. She is all kinds of fired up. She grabs a hold of Bayley. She's got Bayley up on her shoulders. No joy. Bayley on her feet, round the back, looking to pick up Lyra. Lyra. Planted, mate. Planted. Lyra planted on the edge of the ring. Look at that. Picking her up, got her up, and drives her down, mate. Belly to back suplex. Right now she's got Lyra on her shoulders. She's looking to spin around and drives her down. 1, 2. Shoulder up there by Lyra. Lyra managing to get her shoulder up this match. Carrying on as Bayley looks over at Lyra. Frustrated. She lashes out. We've seen the killer instinct inside of Bayley. I'm surprised it took this long, says Corey. Shots coming in there by Bayley. Lyra gets up. Right now we have got Lyra going down. We've got Bayley stepping over, working on the arm, roll up, looking for the pin. No! Lyra counters! Gets it! Yes! 1-1. That's right, Queens. So now we're just down to it being like a normal regular match. Guys, this match is so good. It's now just turned into a normal match. Knee strike there by Bayley. Bayley going for the cover. 1, 2. Lyra gets her shoulder up. Lyra gets her shoulder up. Guys, this is so good. We're going to commercial break. That is how good this is. It is actually quite good. Opening match was good 96. Good 96. Winner faces Becky Lynch at SummerSlam. I wonder what happens to the loser. I wonder what they're going to end up doing. Selling popcorn? Do we think Seth will be jealous of Braun if he wins the title at SummerSlam? Will Seth be jealous of... Do you mean Bron Breaker? Yeah. I think that he will be a bit jealous. I think that would obviously cause a problem in the power struggle. But I don't think we're going that way, honestly. I don't think we're doing Bron Breaker Gunther heel versus heel at SummerSlam. Right now we got Bayley on the outside. Do we think the Bellas will be in any part of Cena's farewell? No. No. Right now we've got Lyra smashing the leg on the edge of the ring. I think he's got a good relationship with Nikki. I think they're fine. I think, like, you know, I don't think they talk much. I remember she was at WrestleMania or Rumble or something like this, and she was like, it was lovely to just, like, catch up with John. You know, don't really see him much these days. I don't get the impression they're, like, really close still these days. Like, it's hard, isn't it? When you used to be in a relationship with someone and they move on, and, you know, there's an awkwardness there. It can be hard to kind of stay friends. I think there's a respect there. I think there's obviously a love there. They've been through a lot together. But, you know, John's married. He's moved on. Nikki had, you know, got a kid and had got into a new relationship as well. She had moved on. So, no, I think it would be a bit strange to kind of have Nikki come out. I mean, if the whole roster comes out and Nikki happens to be part of the roster at the time, then yeah. But I don't know that they would, like, bring her in especially, you know. Oh, oh my God. That dragon screw was horrific. Dragon screw there by Lyra. Pulling back on the leg of Bayley. Do we think Punk would beat Gunther and Seth cash in? Well, I don't think Seth cashes in at SummerSlam because I don't think he's going to be free for SummerSlam. We're 3 weeks out from SummerSlam. So, you know, even if Seth is out for a month, I mean, people are saying it's going to be longer. People are thinking 4, 5, 6. Might be even worse. But, you know, SummerSlam's 3 weeks. It's hard to see him cashing in at SummerSlam. I think it might have been a plan to have had him, because he said he's hell-bent on stopping CM Punk be champion. You know, as long as I'm breathing and I'm here, you know, he won't be champion. Right now we got Lyra down. We've got Bayley in control. This is 1 fall each. Bayley getting up to her feet, looking to charge over. Roll up there by Lyra. Knee coming in there by Bayley. Lyra goes down. Lyra on her knees, trying to get over against the ropes as Bayley is on her feet, coming over, trying to grab a hold of Lyra. Referee is in. Again, Lyra coming in. Bayley to belly, no joy. Elbows coming in there by Lyra. Elbows coming into the back of the head. She's got Bayley right now. Bayley slumps back in the corner. Lyra comes over. Lyra kicks out at Bayley. Lyra trying to go up top. What's this called? Oh. Bayley to belly! Connects! 1, 2! No joy. Yeah, that leg drop off the top, it's called like the Palpatine or something like this. I didn't know it was called that. I just saw people talking about it after she did it at Evolution. Palpatel. PayPal. I think it's called PayPal. Crowd are chanting, this is awesome. I want a proper build with Becky and Bayley at SummerSlam. We don't need Lyra, said Dr. Luchalala. I don't get why Nikki and Green are tonight. I feel like it might steal any interest I had for SmackDown, said Phoenix. Right now, Lyra, Bayley in the corner. Shots coming into the midsection. These two have put on a good match. It's been good. Another shot coming in there by Lyra. Right now we got Lyra with... Oh, lovely! Great work! Gut wrench. Oh, my God! She sort of fell back into... Oh, my God! She gut-wrenched her up into like a power bomb, but she sort of fell back with it. Yeah, it's a weird sit-out power bomb. Oh. I mean, she didn't botch it because she actually executed it okay in the end, but she had to make a few adjustments because she sort of fell back as she delivered it. I like stuff like that. It's a moment that's maybe not, textbook, but it's just adds to the drama, really, and no one got hurt. Right now we got Lyra going on the outsides. Lyra getting picked up. She elbows Bayley in the back of the head whilst Lyra holds onto the rope. Shot coming in there by Bayley. We're on the outside of the ring. This is like a Royal Rumble type spot. This is like a Battle Royal type spot where the two women are battling on the edge of the ring. Right now, she's got a... Oh! And it's Bayley that's eliminated. Lyra wins. Suplex and Bayley down on the outsides. Zach said, I passed my driving test first time in a manual. Original NXTers are not making way for the new talent, said Wrestling Creates Entertainment. Lyra on the outsides. Roman is making tons of money doing nothing for WWE and movies. Don't need him, says Tony. Lyra getting in the ring. Daze, if there was ever a time to say a statement with words that will express exact thoughts and theories to the extent that would shock the world, it is not this time, says Ben. That's true. How's Raw? Pretty good. Very watchable. We've had an hour and it doesn't feel like it. I think the first match could have been better, but this is a really fun 2 out of 3 falls match. And I don't know which way it goes. I think it's going to be Lyra that gets it, but I'm not 100% on that. Kick coming in there by Bayley as Lyra goes to the outsides. Bayley on the outside of the ring. She's trying to get a bit of life back into her legs as she's going to go through the corner, but gets caught. It was well scouted by Lyra. That's a classic Bayley move that Lyra was very aware of. She had it scouted. Lyra is down. Bayley is going to look to charge in. She goes over. She's going to sling Lyra into the ring steps. And she does. Lyra definitely feeling the effects of that. Lyra going into the ring. Bayley on the outsides. Looking to climb up. Bayley is looking to go up top, perched. Lyra on her hands and knees. Elbow to the back. 1, 2. Oh, kick out. Oh, straight into a crossface. Middle of the ring. Oh, my God. These girls have put on an absolutely brilliant match. 1 fall each. Lyra reaching, desperate to get to the ropes. I think she will get out of this. But she's going through a world of pain at the moment. Look at that. Her face is getting distorted by this crossface. Oh, lovely work by Bayley. Lovely work by Lyra. Planted. 1, 2, 3. Lyra wins. Oh, mate. What a great finish. What a really, really great match. God, the women just keep delivering. So good. I don't want to watch the men ever again. I've come to the realization that men in general suck. They just suck. I don't even know what they're good at. They're not as good at wrestling as women. And they're not as good at, breastfeeding either. There's so many things that women are better at. I think it's literally breastfeeding and wrestling, but I'm sure there's other things. That was good. That was good. That is such a banger of a match, said AB. Let's get a poll. Johnny said that was our 9th consecutive women's match. We want 10. We want 10. We want 10. We want 10. Here's the man. Look, we're even calling women the man. We don't need them. We don't need men. They're flipping overrated. WWE should be a all-women's promotion. We should have Ramona Reigns. Well, there we go. Lyra and Becky are going to do battle at SummerSlam. I don't know what this means for Bayley. Big Time Beck says, Big Time Beck was Big Time Beck's letting it all hang out there. I think Big Time Beck's had everything on show. She's dressed as Becky Hogan. What's she? Yeah, yellow and reds. That's really good. Joe, you need to tweet that out so I can retweet it. That's really good. She should come out in like a sort of Hogan-ish attire. Imagine if she wrestles in yellow trunks, a little yellow top. Comes out with a Becky Rules shirt. Rips it. Does all that at SummerSlam. Oh my God, that would be brilliant. That would be brilliant. Some people wouldn't get the joke, but we're backstage with Stephanie. Okay, we got Stephanie backstage. I came to WWE to be champion. Okay, who's this? Who's coming over? Chelsea. I think I should represent WWE in Paris, says Chelsea. Are we going to do Chelsea, Nikki, now? So that we can do another women's match. If you want to know what La Primera means, take your best shot. You can look, but you can't touch. There we go. So a little bit of beef, a bit of spice. Yeah, we have got Nikki next. Oh, this is brilliant. I've just like totally pulled my headphones out. But it was worth it. Oh, I'm in a right mess. I'm in a right mess. You can look, but you can't touch. God, women's wrestling entertainment was the sign yesterday. And that is what this has become. Right. A Hollywood Beck shirt. She comes out NWO style. Oh, yes. Yes. Bow, 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 bow. Yes. The following is paid for by Becky Hogan. Nikki Bella versus Chelsea Green. What a minute. We made a triple threat with Iyo, Rhea, Naomi. Jade is going to face Tiffany. Stephanie, but didn't Stephanie win a title match at SummerSlam? No, she won it for Clash in Paris. Clash in Paris. The city of love. Metal Mama said, there's my queen, Nikki. I wouldn't mind a Becky Hogan run. That would be money, said Dr. Lucha Lala. Max said, Daze, have we done Lyra winning because Bayley turns on Lyra and helps Becky at SummerSlam? Because why would you not just do Becky Bayley for the first time since Becky's been back? Well, I think you do Becky Lyra because I think they're trying to build Lyra, honestly. I think that Lyra is someone that they're really investing in. Bayley's, Hall of Fame spot is guaranteed. The thing with Bayley is you don't need to really push her. She's over. She's Bayley. Could she be bigger than she is? Of course. Yes. There's argument that, you should still be pushing, your Beckys and your Baileys and whatnot. But, you can understand that Lyra's obviously got a lot more of room to grow. And actually getting Lyra onto the SummerSlam card makes a lot of sense. So I think Bayley will find her way onto the SummerSlam card elsewhere. But, if it was a choice of choosing between those two, I thought they would probably go Lyra. And I don't know that it's that Bayley's going to be turning heel and helping Becky. It's an option. Certainly don't think that's impossible. Right, Chelsea has made her way down. Nikki Bella in the ring. Nikki Bella is fearless, of course. I really hope there's something screwy here, because this was the match I wanted at SummerSlam. Mainly for the build, more so than the match. Chelsea in the ring, pointing out at the fans, trying to get the fans fired up. Daze, what if they do that story, as in Seth said all the time that their Punk will not be champion. Now he's gone, Punk wins the title, and then when Seth comes back, he's irate. Could do that, Leo. Could do that. Could do that. I also wouldn't mind Seth actually giving the briefcase to Bron at SummerSlam. Imagine Seth comes out at SummerSlam, right? In crutches, makes his music hits, and he comes out and he's on crutches, right? And he's looking around like he just doesn't know what to do because CM Punk's just won the title against Gunther. And he's kind of on crutch and he's looking around and he can't do it. So, he kind of calls for Bron and he gives the briefcase to Bron because he would rather lose. If he's got to choose between him being champion or stopping Punk, he would rather stop Punk. That's more important than even himself being champion. So he gives the briefcase to Bron. Bron comes down to the ring with it. But never gets to cash it in. You could do something like that. You could do something like that where Seth tried to get that belt off Punk. But it just can't do it. He doesn't waste the cash in. He doesn't actually cash it in. But, Seth's just trying anything. Here's Carrion. See what Carrion's got to say. He's talking about Sammy. Stay home. Stay home and don't come back till you're ready to say that Cross told the truth. So carry on with a little vignette. Okay, here we go. Nikki and Chelsea. Imagine a War Games match for WrestleMania with 2 rings. I don't think they would do it, to be honest. I think the problem with that is that, you know, when you're not doing the War Games matches, you've got this space that's just not got anything happening. I don't think it looks very good. You can sort of get away with it at a Survivor Series, but on a big WrestleMania stage where you're doing, you know, these big moments and everything, to have just an empty ring just sort of there is a bit of an unnecessary distraction. Slap there by Chelsea to Nikki. Nikki chases after Chelsea. Referee coming in, trying to separate them. Shots coming in there by Chelsea. Over against the ropes. Nikki going up and taking Chelsea down. Chelsea over in the corner. Slap there by Nikki. Nikki saluting over at Chelsea. Ducking underneath. Nikki looking to suplex Chelsea, and she gets it. Chelsea selling. Chelsea trying to get out the ring, trying to get out the way. Chelsea on the outside asking for a timeout. Chelsea shouting out at the fans as the Hervis gets in the way as Chelsea gets back in the ring. Nikki gets back in the ring as well. Chelsea with a boot but gets caught. Shot coming in there by Nikki. Forearm shots by Nikki. Reverse. Nikki going over into the corner. Chelsea charging in. Back elbow there by Nikki. Kick coming in as Nikki. Backstabber. Backstabber. Backstabber by Chelsea. Nikki goes to the outsides. And I get the feeling we might be about to go to another commercial break. Right, let's end the poll for this second match, that Lyra Bailey match. And you lot scored that a very impressive great 76. Great 76. I mean, that puts it right up there with some of the best stuff we saw over at Evolution. Clearly not the same level as the main event, but that really would have sat very, very well on that show. Chelsea going over, grabbing a hold of Nikki. I wonder if this is sending a message to the guys. I wonder if the guys are watching this and are feeling inspired, are feeling like they need to raise their games, you know? 1, 2, Nikki manages to kick out. Missed a couple of super chats. Thank you, James. Let's catch up with those. Mo Money said Stephanie needs an interpreter or a Spanish translator manager. Maybe. She's working on her English, and I think her English is ever improving. I understand it can be a little difficult to understand her at this stage. I think she will continue to keep getting better and better, and I think she'll get clearer and clearer. That might take a little bit of time. You could have someone with her. She does still do a lot of speaking in, not in English. So you could have a translator in this time. But I think, eventually we're going to get somewhere with her being able to speak quite fluently with English. But that is obviously a process. We don't tend to do that. We don't tend to do translators in modern WWE. I'm not sure why. It's interesting how you present promos, you know? I mean, with Shinsuke, we've tried a few different things, and obviously Iyo doesn't have, or didn't have, the strongest command of English. Her English is, again, ever improving. Kyrie as well, and there's quite a few, isn't there, that's maybe could have benefited from translators in the past. Nikki Bella with a 2 count there. NG said, I love the unseen. Thanks for bringing it back. Oh, NG, thank you, my friends. I'm glad you enjoy it. It's always hard to know, isn't it, when you go away for a couple of weeks or stop something for a few weeks. Is there a desire for it to return? Have people just moved on? You know, There's so many places to get kind of news and bits. But I think what's great about Unseen is the fact that it's not just news. You know, I think Unseen's strength is actually the fact that it's a bit of a magazine type show where you've got a your letters kind of section, you've got a fun quirky section, you've got a news section, you've got, you know, it's a real mixed bag as to kind of what's in there. It's not just here's a roundup of the news, but there is that in there as well, of course. Right now we got Albert driven into the corner, Herb distracting Nikki, deals with the harvest, but Nick. Chelsea is being dragged over, picked up. Chelsea, here comes Stephanie. I wonder if Stephanie's making her way down. I wonder if Stephanie's going to, like, work and team with Nikki. Are we going to get, like, Nikki and Stephanie or something? That would be weird, wouldn't it, if we were to do that? If we were going to get Nikki and... I don't know what he's doing. He's pointing up to the heavens and... hopefully that should be back. I don't know how stable this is going to be, but hopefully that's going to be okay. I've just tried connecting to a different router because we were just getting some really bad issues. I don't know if it's something to do with the weather. I mean, I wouldn't think so. Weather has been not... The weather has been obviously... really hot recently, but I wouldn't imagine that that's playing a part or a factor right now. Oh, it doesn't like it though, does it? It looks like there must be a problem in the area. And the problem is to click over to Starlink. Starlink, I've come to realise, is flipping useless. Here's Rusev. We'll keep trying. We'll keep messing around, seeing if we can get it resolved. Where do you hope to go is the question to Rusev. Maybe I'm a saint killing off Irish snakes, said Rusev. I'm tougher than him and I'm superior to him. Here is Sheamus. Sheamus has popped up in the background. You've got to save room for the main course. So we've got Rusev and we've got Sheamus backstage right now. Okay. So, Rusev and Sheamus are going to be getting a rematch. Two weeks from Saturday. 2 weeks from Saturday. Cody Rhodes, John Cena, undisputed WWE Championship. I want to hear from Cody what he has got planned and up his sleeve to ensure that he is able to get the job done. He's got to know that there's a chance that there's going to be outside interference. So what has he got up his sleeve? If his plan is Randy is going to help me, that's where Randy might turn on Cody. We're really starting to get this card together, though, aren't we? We've made some big announcements tonight. We got Becky against Lyra. We've got Naomi. We have got Tiffany Jade is official as well, of course. But we've got Naomi against Iyo and Rhea. Tiffany, Jade, Cena, Cody, Jelly Roll in action as well. So, Randy Orton and Jelly Roll against Drew and Logan. We're just seeing kind of how this match came together. Not that literally anyone cares. Not that anyone cares. So this was Saturday night's main event, of course. God, this is what the guys were doing. This is what the guys do when it comes to wrestling. This is what the guys give us. And then if you watch Evolution, that's what the girls give it. The girls are just better. Simple as that. John Pierre said that match made it 10 women's matches in a row. 11. Let's go. Let's keep the record going. Jelly Roll and Randy are going to be guests on Jimmy Kimmel. Leanne, thank you, my friend, firing in a Wrestling Daze membership. Really appreciate it, buds. And Camden said, I think I know who El Grande Americano is. I'm 99% sure it's Omos. WWE can't fool me. Well, someone that we know it isn't is Gunther. And Gunther is going to make his way down to the ring right now. The ring general. Gunther. So Gunther making his way down to the ring. He's got a smile on his face. Of course, we've got a gauntlet that's going to be taking place, and we're going to need time for that gauntlet. We've only got an hour, well, less than an hour, left in this show. Gunther getting in the ring. Either Omos or they rehired Reggie, said Denim Chicken. Nathan said, we all need to show respect to the ring general. The mat is sacred. Would love to see Omos at SummerSlam. Him versus Talatonga at some point would be nice, said Sis. Gunther going for the full Monty tease, says Leanne. Gunther in the ring then. About to cut a promo. I'm in a great mood, says Gunther. I retired Bill Goldberg. He's got a big smile on his face. There's a few Goldberg chants. Bill Goldberg is not here tonight. I know you're not the brightest, but can't even say it. Bill Goldberg is not here tonight. Joe said El Grande is KO's old partner, Ricky. Ricky made such an impact considering he was only on like once. His name still being mentioned all this time later. You tapped out. Did they just mute you tapped out? I swear there was a bit of muting of you tapped out. Who's next, says Gunther. Who's next? Who's next for the ring general? Who is it? Well, it's going to be whoever wins this gauntlet, isn't it? We're going to have an answer soon. He says, I'm going to take a seat in a nice suite. Okay. So he's talking about the Gauntlet. The winner of that match. I really don't care. Okay, it looks like Bron Breaker's coming out, and Gunther with a little smile on his face is like, whoever wins this thing, I don't care. Bron Breaker making his way out, so looks like we're going to this Gauntlet now. I mean, does that mean they're going to give this Gauntlet like 50 minutes? Bron Breaker is making his way down to the ring. We did get a bit of an update earlier from Paul Heyman, very much making out that that Money in the Bank briefcase is not going to be leaving Seth Rollins, even if Seth Rollins is going to be leaving that briefcase for a while. Gunther is in a purple suit. This feels like a new style for him, said Phoenix. Tony said, Bron and Gunther have more talent in their pinkies than Goldberg. That Atlanta trash is the most overhyped, overrated waste of talent the world has ever seen. Gunther with a little smirk on his face as Bron Breaker gets into the ring. It's a match we're going to get. Crowd are barking away. Paul Heyman puts his hand out and Gunther accepts the handshake. It's interesting, isn't it? You got Bron Breaker, Gunther, and Paul Heyman in the ring right now. Ooh, Gunther interrupts. Gunther interrupts. I'm very aware of what your name is. I'm not interested in listening to what you have to say. Bron Breaker steps up to Gunther. Stick around, Gunther. This applies to you. Bron Breaker's going to be #1 contender. He's going to beat you. These two face to face. This is so good. This is such an interesting way to deliver a promo. The framing has got these two face to face with Heyman behind them. Don't see this very often as a way of a promo being delivered. Bron Breaker is the big dog. This is Bron Breaker's yard. He's a Steiner. You're not just looking at a contender. He's a Steiner. He's going to break your ass at SummerSlam, says Heyman. Gunther can't keep a straight face, can he? Gunther's got a little smile on his face. Actually, I wish Gunther had a bit more of a really moody face look. He's got that sort of... He's got that kind of face, hasn't he? He just seems really pleased. It's like he's really thrilled to be here. But as like the monster heel, I wish he was like really... not always giving that sort of smirk. Well, very good. Very good from Heyman, of course, but the way they presented it with having those two face-to-face, I mean, it feels like some seeds have been planted, but I'm still not sold we're getting Bron Breaker Gunther at SummerSlam. They brought Bron Breaker out first like we thought they would because he's the only heel in this match. So I've got a feeling he's going to get through these early faces. I think he starts off with Penta. They sure took their time with that Bron Gunther face-off, said LS Dub. AB said, my dogs are barking. Literally. I told them to be quiet because I'm trying to watch Raw. I wasn't beefed up Gunther. I want beefed up. Yeah, he did look better. When he had a bit of timber. Yeah, when he had a bit of timber. It's probably not healthy for him, but... Fat Gunther was awesome. Fat Gunther, you know, when he chopped, there was like real weight behind it. Whereas like thin, smirky Gunther. Volta is better than Gunther. There's no debate. It's not even debatable. Call me stupid, said Wrestling Russ. Okay. Stupid says, I don't know why they don't use the Steiner name with Bron. It makes zero sense in every way. Stupid, thank you. Hannah said, Daze, who in the following would you want as a guest on the WEP? Tony Khan, Vince Russo, Jeff Jarrett, or Jim Cornette? Well, I have to choose one of those. Tony Khan. I would take Tony Khan. And the reason why I would take Tony Khan is because I'm thinking, what am I asking that's going to get the most interest? What could I ask Jim Cornette that would get the most interest? Jim Cornette talks about modern wrestling anyway. All of his thoughts about modern wrestling are out there every single week. So what could you talk to Jim Cornette or ask him that would be of genuine, widespread interest? You could go into little specific, what did you think about this time? What did you think about that wrestler? But I don't think that's going to really, you know, get much interest. And I feel like he does that on his show anyway. So in regards to Tony, I think I would want to talk to him about WWE and tribalism. And, you know, you never know what kind of quotes you're going to get out of Tony. You don't know if he's going to give you something that's going to be a little bit juicy, you know? WWE puts 2 shows up against All In. How did you feel about that? What's your thoughts on Vince McMahon? What WWE talent would you like to sign? I reckon you could probably get something out of an interview with Tony Khan that would be of widespread interest. With Jim Cornette, he shares his thoughts anyway. Vince Russo shares his thoughts anyway. He's got his own show, hasn't he? And Jeff Jarrett, I don't think would be... I don't know. I don't think it'd be that interesting. He probably might talk about, like, TNA. He's not really doing much in AEW, to my knowledge. Yeah, it'd be Tony Khan. Make sure you get plenty of white powder, said Nightmare Fatty. Oh, I do anyway, but I do anyway. I've actually got a little cupboard full of cocaine. So he'd love it round here. If he likes cocaine and cups of tea, oh, he'll have a great time. Absolutely great time. And trust me, you've not had a night out until you've been to Market Drayton. It goes off, mate. It goes off. I mean, some of the pubs stay open till about 11:30. Do you know what I mean? It goes off. So you'd have a really good time. When do we think we're going to get a Roman return? Well, I really thought Saturday night's main event. I thought Saturday night's main event, you know, as we start building towards SummerSlam. But I don't know. Who knows if things have not now been disrupted by Seth's injury. I'm certainly not saying that he would have been back if Seth hadn't got injured, but, you know, was he meant to have been on this show tonight? Who knows what kind of impact Seth's injury has had. But it's got to be before SummerSlam because he's going to be at SummerSlam. Okay, we are underway. George Vlogs, shout out to you. 22 months. You've made wrestling more fun. Well, George, thank you, my friends. I don't feel like that's true. But if you enjoy hanging with us and sharing your thoughts and your theories, and then that's good enough for me. That's all I look for. So, George, shout out to you, my friend. Really appreciate the kind words as we are underway. Penta and Bron Breaker as Penta getting all fired up. Penta coming over, gets grabbed there by Bron and hot chucked. So, we've got about 40 minutes now that this match has started. Obviously, you know, commercial breaks. Probably go 35 minutes, couple of minutes for the winner to celebrate, and you can see this time wise, this probably makes sense. Bron Breaker going over as he grabs a hold of Penta. This is the first men's match that we're watching in quite a while, and so far it sucks. So far it sucks. So far, this match is not as good as Iyo Rhea. Penta going up top. And crossbody there by Penta. And still, this match is not as good as Iyo and Rhea. I'll keep you updated. Going over as Penta throws in a chop. And still not better than Rhea and Iyo. Duck underneath there by Bron, picking up speeds. Big clothesline. "23 miles an hour, Bron Breaker hits the ropes." Is that impressive? I don't know. 23 miles an hour, he goes at. How fast do humans go? I don't know. I don't know if I'm meant to be impressed with that. I think I am meant to be. I'm sure I've gone 30 miles an hour. I must have. Penta jumping over the top to the outsides. Lone Star Friend said it is impressive. Well, let's have a look. What's the average? How many miles an hour does the average human run at? Does that even make sense? The average human runs at 5 or 6 miles an hour. Wow, and he does 23. Wow, that is impressive. Oh, hang on. This website said the average person runs at 12 to 15. And they can reach 20 for a maximum sprint. Oh, hang on. Well, then he's 23 is not as good. Oh, my God. I just don't see. I don't know. It's a stupid fact. It's a stupid fact. Because I've got nothing to benchmark it against. It's like saying Bron Breaker is as tall as 500 sugar cubes. I'm like, well, how many sugar cubes tall is the average person? I don't know. How am I meant to know if that's good or not? Even Google hasn't got a flipping clue. Penta was barking. Right now we've got Heyman on the outside. Kick coming in there by Bron. Daze, don't forget what Ariel Hawani said, that Khan would avoid questions like that. Yeah, but even if he avoids them, you can say he avoided them and people will have something to say about it. Penta going over into the corner. Kick coming in there by Penta. Zoom Station said it's like Steiner maths. I know. 1, 2... Shoulder up in a very strange way there by Bron. I mean, he did get a shoulder up. DOS. uno, dos, tres. It was dos. That's what he's saying to Penta. Right now, these fans are shouting over at Penta and Bron. Penta going into the barricades. Bron charging over, grabbing hold of Penta as we're coming back from commercial break. Jay says, I don't run. So Jay goes like 0 miles an hour. Hal said Usain Bolt went 44 miles an hour and averaged 37. So, like, didn't he say 23? All of a sudden, like, I know that Usain Bolt was the fastest, but like 20, all of a sudden, I'm sorry, but if the fastest person went 37.40 and your fastest is like 23... Perhaps I'm just meant to be like, oh no, that's amazing. Perhaps they say it, and I'm just meant to go, wow, that's so good. Well, I don't know. And the more we dig into it, the more it doesn't seem that impressive, to be honest. There's a sign in the crowd that says, tear this sign up. Right now, we've got Bron going over, looking over at a fan that seems to be really into his lucha wrestling because he's got a mask. I think he's got a blue demon shirt on as well. Kicks coming in there by Bron Breaker. Penta down. Cheetahs can go over 70 miles an hour. Is that when they've been found out? And they're trying to run away from the partner they just cheated on. Push-ups there by Bron. Flashing the guns. The gun show is out. Spartan said people that are saying El Grande Americano is Omos are incorrect. I'm pretty much near certain that El Grande is Hornswoggle. Lots of theories about who El Grande is. No sign of El Grande this week, I don't believe. I did have that moment where my internet just vanished, so I was faffing around with that for about 5 minutes, but I've not seen El Grande. Penta trying to get into the ring. Daze Adesanya, Strickland 2, announced for UFC 320. Ghost Rob said the fastest recorded speed for a human is 27.7. See, now, when you hear that, you go, oh, wow, that's the fastest a human has ever gone, 27. Well, now 23 sounds amazing. But then I've got other people saying Usain Bolt's gone 37.40. I think we've proven the point is actually fast. If it's like good. I mean, the fact they said it means it must be. But I think job done. Point proven. Throw there by Bron. Penta down. Bron going over to the corner. Penta trying to find a way back up to his feet. Bron looking to put Penta away. Charges in. Kick coming in. Penta duck underneath. Kick in the back of the legs there. Bron against the ropes. Sling blade. Face first. Down went Bron Breaker. Charging in. Inzaguri takes the legs away. Breaker goes down. Penta goes up. Handstands in the corner. Bron Breaker is just sat there waiting. I mean, you could literally see Bron Breaker sit there, like, looking up, just sort of like, do something. Block it. The women were so much better. Honestly. Just flipping sitting there, do something. Cuts over to Gunther, who wasn't looking massively impressed. Backstabber there by Penta. Penta going over to the corner. Penta. Charging in. Knee there by Bron. Bron picking up Penta. Elbows coming in there by Penta. Elbows again there by Bron Breaker. Kick coming in by Penta. Bron Breaker a little bit... Oh! Spear midair! Caught Penta. 1, 2, 3. Bron Breaker gets past Penta. Now, who next? Jay or LA Knight? LA Knight. LA Knight out next. Ow, night, meow. Making his way down to the ring, LA Knight. LA Knight, yeah. Full Clip said it's fast, especially if you consider it's a short distance to gain that speed, said Full Clip. Hannah said, I'm a running expert. Breaker has got more power in his legs to sprint, but maybe not endurance to run at 23 miles an hour for an hour. A fit person can normally do 9 to 10 an hour. Well, I've decided to be impressed. Shots coming in there by LA Knight as Bron Breaker is driven back. If Bron wins the Gauntlet, then actually takes the world title, are we thinking that Seth will cash in on Bron, said Dean. Well, it would really depend how long Bron had it for. I don't think Seth would cash in on Bron straight away. But, you know, if he's still got it for a long time next year, it's not going to give Seth much of an opportunity to do anything else, is it? I mean, he could turn his attention to the other title, and he wouldn't have to cash in on Bron. I don't think it goes that way, to be honest. I don't think that's a dilemma we're going to have, but yeah, I would say that it would probably make sense for Seth to try and get the other title and then not succeed, get frustrated, start looking at Bron, thinking, I could have that. It would keep it in the group. And maybe that could be a story we would tell. Into the corner goes Bron. I think Bron's getting past LA Knight. It's not great for LA Knight to come out at number 2. Did you hear that Brock Lesnar's name drop next big thing, said Brooke Haven. Yeah, I think he is the next big thing. Have they called him? Didn't they call him the big dog as well? To the outside goes Bron. William said, ladies in the chat, when is it appropriate for a man to smack your ass? My wife says always for me, but no one else. It's a good, very probing question there from William. LA Knight ain't winning, said Tyler. Austin said, Punk comes out last to finish Bron. Really? Wow. Not expecting that. It would be a happy ending, though. Bron Breaker into the commentary table. I love the camera right next to Gunther sitting in the seats, says Nathan. Spartan said boxing on the weekend was good. Dr. Luchador said, who gets the world title first, LA Knight or Sammy? I think it'll be Sammy, honestly. I think they really are building Sammy for next year. But that might be hope. That might just be me hoping. Bron charges over. LA Knight goes crashing down to the mat. I don't know if they would have heel versus heel for a title match, said Casey. I don't think they would. I agree. I don't think Bron Breaker wins for that reason. I think if the champ was a face, then I think Bron Breaker would stand a chance. Is Chelsea Green a Raw superstar now, says Taker 1990. Well, I don't think she's been officially moved over, but I think she's definitely going to work a program with Nikki. But I've not seen any word that they've moved her. So yeah, a little strange, that one. I wasn't expecting them to announce Nikki versus Chelsea for Raw. But I wasn't down on it either, because it's definitely a feud that I am here for. Not going to lie, the only one that I want to win is LA Knight. Yeah, I know it won't happen, but still, says Dean. LA Knight is done, says Thomas. What if we get down to Punk and Breaker and Roman comes out to cost Breaker since he's aligned with Paul and Seth? Not sure it would happen, but thoughts. I don't see Roman aligning with Seth. I mean, that would just be wild, wouldn't it? I'd feel like we've missed a crazy chapter. You know? Heyman betrayed him and all of a sudden secretly... That would feel like... You remember when The Rock was on that Netflix premiere of Raw and started talking really lovely about Cody and we were like, what? And he's like, yeah, actually, you've not seen it, but we're best friends now. You've not seen this. This has all happened away from the show, but actually, we're really good friends. Our moms get on. Here's a picture. And he comes round my house and we play games together and we do sleepovers and oh my God, we talk about boys. It's amazing. It's like we go to Taylor Swift concerts together. We're the best friends. So I think if Roman came back and was now with Seth and Paul, you'd be like, oh, hang on, excuse me. I do have a couple of questions. But not impossible because... There's an example of when we've done something like that before. LA Knight going over to the corner as Bron Breaker comes over to grab him. Roman could cost Breaker. So Punk wins. Breaker is aligned with Seth and Paul. Not Roman. I'm not that crazy, said Steve. Right, okay. So Roman comes back to stop Bron Breaker. Okay, that makes... I'm with you now. Could that happen? Yeah, it could happen. Bron Breaker could get through to the end, and Roman could have to come out to stop Bron Breaker. Sets us on a path for Bron versus Roman, which would make sense for SummerSlam, and it gets CM Punk into the match with Gunther. So, yes, I mean, Steve. You've gone from being seen by the community as completely off your head, absolutely crazy, mainly because I read your comment wrong, to now I think a lot of people going, oh, actually, no, I do see that. It's been a hell of a turn, Steve. A hell of a turn. Shot coming in there by LA. But El Grande is Elon Musk. Roman had more personality and believability as the big dog. Bron hasn't, says Maggie. Maggie, a lot of people are saying that Bron Breaker is better than Roman Reigns. How do you feel about that? A lot of people are saying that Bron Breaker is everything Roman Reigns wishes he was. How do you feel about that, Maggie? How do you feel about that? Please respond. Brony said Roman was pushed as the future in 2014 and I didn't mind it because I've always liked Roman. Similar thing happened with Bron in 2025, but I'm not a fan. It's just my opinion and I like who I like, says Brony. That's fine, honestly. Brony is fine. I've got my questions around Bron Breaker as well. Joseph says, I was 15 minutes behind the stream and I really didn't know, said Joseph. Down went LA Knight. Okay, LA Knight is down at the moment. I have heard it said before that Bron is the new tribal chief, says Nightmare. Yeah, a lot of people are saying that. LA Knight getting up. Shot coming in there by Bron Breaker. Shots coming in there by LA Knight. Daze, my response, spat my drink out laughing, says Maggie. Oh, net breaker there by LA Knight. Another kick coming in. DDT by LA Knight. Bron Breaker down. If Elon was Grande Americano, it would either keep falling over or walking into things, said James. Elbow drop there by LA Knight. 1, 2. Shoulder up. He'd be Grande Americano party, wouldn't he? Isn't Elon trying to start the American party? I'm sure he would want to advertise that. Grande Americano party. That works, actually. It's got a little bit of Lucha House party about it, which I don't mind. It's a Grande Americano party. 1, 2. Oh my God, that would work. Let's do some merch. LA Knights getting Bron Breaker down. I don't hate him. You just love him too much, says Tony. Right now, we've got Bron shot coming in there by LA Knight. That's my favourite part about Bron Breaker, is when he's in the corner, tweaking, twitching, and setting up for the finish. Oh, imagine if you accidentally typed twerking. That's my favourite part about Bron Breaker, when he's in the corner twerking. Here we go. Look, he's in the corner, but he's not twerking. He's spearing LA Knight. 1, 2, 3. LA Knight. Dead. Jay now. I will miss everyone tomorrow, says Nathan. Here's Jay. So CM Punk does come out last. I think he's oh, mate, you'd be gutted, wouldn't you? If you had tickets for this show and you was in the normal bit where Jay comes out and Jay has come out the entranceway instead, you'd be like, oh, and the kids would be like, is he not coming down here? No, he's not. Oh, but I thought he's not coming down here. Oh, no, sorry. Bet there's kids, absolute bits, kids in tears. But I wanted to, he's not going to... No. Oh, show me the kids. Come on. Show me the kids that are crying in the crowds. This is the only reason I watch wrestling, because I want to see the children crying because they thought they were going to yeet with Jay and they're not. And we don't get shown it. It's the worst. I'm going to start watching AEW. This sucks. This literally sucks. Jay going through the ropes, lands on Bron. Bron goes down. Jay getting back in the ring. He wants to run it back. Look. And I bet those kids are... Is he coming over now? Is he coming over now? I don't think he is. I don't think he's coming in the... Show me the tears! I have to watch the joy and the celebration, so show me the tears. It's very important that you get balance in life. Okay, Jay is in the ring. Bron Breaker on the outsides. I love to see kids cry in despair, says Corey. We all do, Corey. We all do. It's an important life lesson for them. They need to learn that life sucks from a very early age. He's like, should we go again? Is he coming over now? Is he coming over now? I still don't think so. I still don't. It's like a never-ending nightmare. Is he coming in the ground now? He's already in the ring. I don't think so. But he said one more time. I don't think he's coming in the ring. Oh, my God. It's going to be okay. I love you. Shot coming in there by Jay. It is true. I mean, he's just allowed Bron Breaker to, like, recharge to 100%. He deserves to lose. Flipping Jay deserves to lose this. Michael Cole said, I defend Jay wanting to feed off the fans. Now I got to yeet to this Zeb-bound commercial. Corey Graves. Oh, that's a good line by Corey Graves. He said, did Jay stop in the middle of his match with Gunther to interact with the crowds? Michael was like, no, okay, good point. And Corey was like, those are the only points I make. Shoulder up there by Bron Breaker. James said, I cry when I see a 99 Mr. Whippy ice cream is now £5. Is that how much are they? Is that how much they are? Shut up. If I went to a flipping ice cream van with £3 and I did not come away with a feast, I'd be devastated. In my mind, I could get an ice cream for about £1.20, and then I'm going to get some, like, gummy worms and bits like that. Maybe some little jelly strawberry things. Might get some of those. Cola bottles. At school, they used to do, I think it was like 50p, 20, 30, I don't know, actually, 50p max. Big cola bottles like that. Big cola bottles. I'd have one of them. I'd have an ice cream for 120, cola bottle for 50p. That gets me to about 170. Might have a drink for 50p. That'll get me to about 220. Then I want like a back of sweets. And they're going to have like 5p sweets, 10p sweets in there. That'll probably get me up to my £3 actually. But I've got, you know what I've done? I've done well. That was an ice cream, by the way. Yeah. Not a lover. And so I've got, like, you know, I've got some stuff there. If I went to the thing and I was like, can I have an ice cream, 99 ice cream, and he was like, that's £5, I'd slash his tyres. Jey Uso up top, crossbody, down goes Bron Breaker. Metal Mama said, sure it was. sure it was. You can tell us it was an ice cream. Look at that. Uso. Uso. Almost a pin, said Thomas. Shauna, shout out to you, my friends. Shout out to you. Dormouse said it looks like you was playing with your boobies. Well, I did try to just get that in there as well, actually. 1, 2. Shoulder up there by Brom. Nathan, shout out to you. Steve said there's no chance Jey wins this, right? No, I don't think so. I mean, I think there is a chance because I think that a face will win. I think Jey gets past Bron. I mean, he should really, because Jey is fresh and Bron has had to go through 2 people already. Whether they will just give Bron one more moment of magic to get past Jey, they could, but because the problem you've got is you would CM Punk obviously is the one that's going to face the winner. CM Punk has to be the favourite here. I mean, CM Punk's one of the great superstars and he's coming in last, isn't he? I mean, are we going to get some outside interference to just get Bron past one last opponent? Jey goes down. Bron comes over, goes for the cover. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Gunther watching on. We're really getting there for time. We're 16 minutes past already. Brandon, shout out to you, buds. Stanton said, I love this community because we're full of heels. Oh, yeah. We're very welcoming to heels. Baby faces can do one. Nerds. Right now, here we go. Look, a word on the street is he goes about 23 miles an hour. He just ran into a super kick, though. And again, over against the ropes goes Jey. Spear by Jey. Jey with a spear. Down goes Bron Breaker. Jey looking for a cover. 2. Oh, kick out. Kick out by Bron. Jey battling away, trying to put Bron Breaker away. Jey going up. Ah, here's Bronson. Bronson's got involved. They're going to use Bronson to get Bron past Jey. Big Bronson Reed has got involved. Spear there by Bron. And that's going to eliminate Jey. And it's going to set up Bron and CM Punk. I still firmly believe Punk's doing this. I wonder, though, with Bron... Hey, this is interesting. This is really interesting because Bronson's out there, Heyman's out there. Does this set up Roman's return? Does it? Does this set up Roman's return? Heyman has got some water for Bron. Heyman was just like, some water. Bron having some water as CM Punk is making his way out now. This could be a real interesting final 10 minutes. Here's CM Punk making his way down to the ring. Let's go. I am proud of Big Bronson Reed for getting into better shape, said Loves Cats. We want Norman Reigns. Norman Reigns. Shots coming in there by CM Punk. CM Punk in there with Bron Breaker. Loud CM Punk chants from the crowd as CM Punk charges over, clothesline Bron Breaker to the outside. CM Punk takes his jacket off and he is pumped up. He is CM pumped. As we go to commercial break. Keep in mind, Bronson is still at ringside, said Casey. Josh said, people are tired after one match and they lose their belt with Money in the Bank. It's kind of lame, said Josh. Brandon said, I feel Punk should win, but don't be surprised if Bron hits a 4th spear for the win. Randy Savage, Punk, said Zoom Station. Sonny, hello, shout out to you. Eric said, I've tweeted. What have you tweeted, Eric? Eric, what have you tweeted? Eric has tweeted CM Punk teasing a Roman return. Oh, well, that means it ain't happening then, doesn't it? Normally, if a wrestler flipping teases something, we don't get it. So I would rather not see that, to be honest. Although... could it be a way of just saying to people, make sure you tune in so you don't miss it? But normally, if a wrestler teases something, it does not happen. Hopefully, this is going to be the exception. Hopefully, this is the exception. Right, right now we have got Bron Breaker on his hands and knees over by the ropes. He's getting choked out by CM Punk. We've got a big final part of this show coming in. Roman is going to return to ruin Bron's title shot, says Mark. Thomas says, I hope so. Since Bronson is out there, don't see Punk winning, said Jeremy. Well, unless he gets some help. Unless he gets some help. OTC1, 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 OTC1. Ooh, Bron Breaker kind of went into the edge of that table, which was looked a little nasty. Bronson Reed grabbing the Prime bottle is like, don't come over here, I'll smash you with this giant Prime bottle. And CM Punk's like, I don't want nothing to do with Prime. I don't want nothing to do with Prime. Right now, getting in the ring is grabbing a hold of Bron Breaker. Pulling down on the arm as right now CM Punk going for the cover to shoulder up. Shoulder up. Right now, we got CM Punk working on the arm of Bron Breaker. If Jay is still lying around, he could get involved, said Phoenix. We want OTC 1. We want the original Tribal Chief 1. I will also accept OTC 2. I don't know who that is, but I'm willing to find out. Crowd are chanting, this is awesome. Sonny said, I'm eating freaking chocolate. Yes. Let's go. Community are in full celebratory mood as we are reaching the conclusion of Raw, and we're enjoying Bron Breaker versus CM Punk. Wrestle with Andy, hello. What are the thoughts on Gunther's aura farming from the stands? It's got meme potential. Do you think that he's contributing much? Every time we cut over to him, he just looks a bit glum. Sort of sat there. Very emotionless. I think that it could be a meme. You could definitely use it for a pretty unimpressed sort of meme on social media. What time is it? Tiffy time! So, Bron, don't talk to Stu. You can't talk to Stu. What time is it, Stu? Says Bron Breaker. Clobbering time? I don't think so. CM Punk catapulted into the underside of the rope. We are back to the action. If I told you 20 years ago that Raw would have 4 matches and 3 of them would be women's matches, what would you say? I would say, oh, really? That's crazy. I hope they're good. That's what I would say. And then future me would be like, yeah, they were all right. Could have been a bit better. But Lyra Bailey is really, really good. And the main event that's not women, not bad, to be honest. I've not loved it. It's not like the best Gauntlet match I've seen. It's been okay. Corey said he finds Bron Breaker to be enjoyable. But it's hazelnut chocolate, says Sonny. Well, Sonny, I just hope you enjoy it. That's all I hope. Right now, we've got CM Punk up on his feet, elbow to the midsection. Bron Breaker is going on the shoulders of CM Punk. Against the ropes, picked up by Bron. 1, 2, shoulder up by CM Punk. Doesn't Heyman owe Punk a favour? No, his favour was to accompany Punk to the ring, wasn't it, at WrestleMania? And it put him in an awkward position because really he wanted to be with Roman. Bron Breaker says you're not going to win, so I'm sure there's a better solution than what you're doing. Yeah, let's sort this out with a chat. Do you know, Bron Breaker's right. There's too much wrestling in WWE. Which really has not been said much at all in 2025. But maybe we should just have a chat. How about you let me win the Gauntlet, and when I win the title, I'll give you the first opportunity. How about that? You can still be at SummerSlam, but just in a different match. But when I win the title, I'll give you first shot, and I'll sign a contract on that as well. How about that? We don't need to do the match. Yeah, okay. That sounds okay. No outside interference when we fight, though. I don't want Bronson at ringside or anything. I want it to be a... Okay, yeah. I'll do that deal. Okay, well, there we go. That was Raw. That was Raw. There's Gunther. He's watching on. Still unimpressed. Say his name and he appears. OTC. 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 That's not his name anymore, is it? Zoom Station said Bron's telling him to go home and play with Larry and AJ. Mate, if you was in a relationship with AJ, you would go home and play with AJ. Shots coming in there by CM Punk. Against the rope goes Bron. Down goes Bron. Roman May show. He lives in Pensacola, which isn't but 300 miles from Birmingham. Neat coming in. Really? 300 odd miles? That means that Bron Breaker could get from Pensacola to here in like 12 hours. Because the streets are saying he runs 23 miles an hour. Here we go. Up top. CM Punk Gonna deliver the elbow. Oh, connects. 1, 2. Bron Breaker kicks out. And look at that. Anaconda Vice. Anaconda Vice is in. I think CM Punk knew that he would kick out of it. I think he knew it was going to take more than that elbow. But right now he's got the Anaconda Vice in. And this is where Bronson... Wow. That's got to be a DQ. No DQ. Why is it no DQ? Shots coming in. It's Jay that's making the save. I wanted OTC 1. I wanted OTC 1. Shots coming in there by Jay. Super kick coming in. Well, that's OTC 2. Well, that's OTC 0. I don't even know who that is. But it ain't OTC 1. Bron Breaker looking to put CM Punk away. Charging in. Kick coming in there by CM Punk. CM Punk's got Bron up. Go to sleep connects. Go to sleep connects. 1, 2, 3. CM Punk wins. CM Punk against Gunther at SummerSlam. For the World Heavyweight Championship, that's the match that people were hoping for. Certainly the match I was hoping for. Looking at the facial expression of Gunther, I think it's the match he was hoping for. Let's go. CM Punk is going to challenge for the World Heavyweight Championship. And that's going to be a banger, mate. That is going to be an absolute banger. It's going to be a banger. We didn't get OTC 1, but that is going to be a banger. Banana. Right, we need to get the poll. Bum, 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 you set me free. Oh, this is interesting. This is interesting. CM Punk getting attacked. Jey Uso making a save. Shot there by Jey Uso. Bron Breaker coming in. He gets speared. Yeah, where's this going? OTC chants by the crowd, you know. Spear there by Bron Breaker. Heyman is on the edge of the ring. I mean, it does feel like someone's going to have to come and make a save here. Right now, both Jey and CM Punk are being set up for tsunamis. Jey stacked on top of CM Punk. And are we going to get the return of the OTC? We are! It's happening! It's happening! Roman's back! Look at Heyman! It's happening! The OTC! Oh, mate, the roof just came off this place. Roman Reigns is back! Duck underneath. Oh, Superman punch! Gets out the way. Picks up Braun. OTC. He's got an OTC 1 shirt on. It was the new rumored name. Superman! Yes! Roman Reigns is back! Let's go. Ooh, spear! So look at Heyman, man. You better run. You better run. Don't just stand there. You better run. Oh, look at it. Look at the aura. Look at the aura. OTC chants. He sticks his hand out to Jay. He helps Jay up. Roman Reigns is back. And SummerSlam just a few weeks away. He's looking over at CM Punk. Crowd again chanting OTC. Punk sticks his hand out. He's like, help me up, would you? And he's like, forget you, boomer. Forget you, boomer. Right now we got Roman is looking at the entranceway. Is it going to be Roman versus Bron Breaker? All of Seth's group are huddled in the entranceway. Roman Reigns. Roman Reigns. Yes, man. Yes. So good. The women, honestly, they had a good run. They had a good run. They had a nice little show. They had a nice little show. But Daddy's back now. Daddy's back. The original tribal chief is back. Yes. 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 Ba-ba. Ba-ba. Let's go. Let's go. Let's do a poll, shall we? Match score. I can't believe it happened. It happened. It happened, and I'm so flustered that I've just put match score up, yes or no. I've decided yes. I'm also sweating my absolute balls off right now. I think it's the emotion. Honestly, I think it's the emotion. Best Raw besides Ram. Yes. It's not the same level as Ram, but I mean that is important for all our computing needs. I would never make the mistake of saying that Raw is better than Ram, but yeah, I really did enjoy this show. I did enjoy this show. That's what makes wrestling great, says Comrades. They didn't chant OTC. They chanted Women Reigns, said McClure. Oh, maybe. Perhaps we're still riding the women. Well, yep. What a weekend. The past 48 hours have made me genuinely happy. Oh, my God. That is so strange for wrestling fans to kind of feel that emotion. You know what I mean? This year has been so hard. It's been so hard, guys. This year has been so hard. I know there's people that are like dealing with illnesses and stuff. But you don't know how hard it is sometimes to just be a wrestling fan and just want to watch good wrestling and watch show after show after show that's pretty mid. I mean, that's a real struggle. Yeah, that's a real struggle. There's people out there that are like, you know, having to deal with like wars and stuff. But do they really know how hard life is? Do they really? Yeah. Have they ever tried being a fan of WWE and having to watch a lot of mid shows? But then equally, have they ever experienced the joy of them watching 2 really fun shows in a row? Because that's the feeling I'm feeling right now. And it's so strange. These feelings, like, honestly, we just don't get to experience this on a very regular basis. We need to bottle this. We need to save this. This is a feeling that WWE fans, we just don't get. We just don't get. Good, though. An enjoyable show. with some genuinely enjoyable matches and certainly enjoyable moments, kind of pushing stories forward, taking us to SummerSlam, and yeah, good. Was it a perfect show? No, of course not. It's not a perfect show. I don't even think it's going to score anywhere near as good as, say, Evolution, but you know, compared to recent Raws, I would say that this was a good one. This was a good one. This is definitely ticking boxes, and coming off the back, riding the goodwill of Evolution. And you know that tomorrow NXT is going to keep the vibes going. You know that NXT tomorrow is going to deliver. So there's no reason for this to take a backward step or anything. So yes, good. I could barely watch Raw tonight because of technical issues, but I'm here to support the stream, said Bishop. Women reigns. Roman haters, stay mad. Your favourite wrestler will never get a pop like that. Wow. I'm not a Roman hater, so I don't think that applies to me, but maybe Sammy might get a pop like that one day. Might do. Sammy got a pop like that once, actually, I'm pretty sure. It was on the indie scene. No, he's so over. He's so popular. I mean, it's great to have him back. Ask your doctor if Adderall is right for you, said Zoom Station. Edward said NXT is going to be a banger, especially if Jordan gets her hands on Blake Monroe. Oh, yeah. Austin said this was a really good Raw, and not just because of Roman's return. I'm really looking forward to getting the opinions video done. I mean, we're just going to get a couple more thoughts here, and then we are going to run away. So I would need to work on Unseen. I need to work on the old opinions videos. Get them done. Get them out there. And don't forget, we are back tomorrow. Got a members stream from tomorrow for those that are on the members side. And we also have got a member stream, and we also have, what else do we have? NXT. That's what we have. NXT. Bron deserved to win. He is the truth, says your tribal chief. I just didn't think they would do heel versus heel, honestly. I didn't think they would do heel versus heel. That's why I wasn't feeling it going that way. Oh, yeah, and Eric, yeah. The exception, it happened. So CM Punk teased the return of Roman, and we actually ended up getting it. So the exception did occur. Amazing. Days on Blake's heel turn. Why would Blake help JC take a 1990? I feel like that is one for tomorrow. Zach said, a fact, I've been watching WWE since 2007 and we're in 2025. It's been 18 years as a fan of WWE. Oh my God, there's another fly. Where's that? Literally, where has that come from? Where has that come from? They did a great job of getting Bron over with a loss, says Brandon. Days, do we think Punk beats Gunther, then Gunther wins the WWE title? Does Punk beat Gunther? I think there's a chance of that. Does Gunther win WWE title? Oof. I don't know about that bit. I think that's a big, big ask, but there's a chance. There's a chance. It would be great to have CM Punk go on a world title run. If he beats Gunther, we could have a summer of Punk and hopefully onto WrestleMania. Right, let's end this poll. I've got places to be, people to see. So we have got 57, 27, 12, and 2. Right, awesome. Thanks a lot for joining us. That match, really well received, came out as great. 84. So 4 matches, 2 of them great. I think that'll do, to be honest, and a Roman Reigns return on top as well. So lovely, lovely stuff. Right, thanks a lot for watching. I'm going to work on opinions and everything now, so if you want to share your thoughts, feel free to do so there. And don't forget, we are back tomorrow for what should be a very fun episode of NXT. Thanks a lot.